It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same.
Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Y'all do me a favor and hit the like. Thank you so much. I'm a little bit late. I'm really, really sorry about that. I overslept my alarm. Y'all don't even think I set the alarm, to tell you the truth, and I'm all wheezy and yucky. So I'm not going to stay talking long. I'm going to take some medication, but it's so good to see you. Let's take some roll call. Sin City's here. Good to see you, girlfriend. Thank you for coming in. MJD Lovebug, thank you so much for being here. Sorry, y'all. Oh, Sin City, that is really, really nice to say. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Chris, good morning to you, Lovebug. Thank you for coming in. Jay, hello, honey. Thank you for coming. Rapper, hi, sweetheart. Good to see you. Okay, little girl, I'll play with you in just a minute. Get down. Okay, all right, now we got everything going. We got everything up. You guys, we are on to closing arguments. First up is Juan Martinez. Little girl, get down. I'm sorry, y'all, my dog wants my attention. What did I want to say about that? I'm so sorry. I just blanked out with her. Juan Martinez is first up for the prosecution. I did not speed it up because, as you guys know from listening to Juan Martinez, y'all, he talks fast anyways. And so we'll see how it goes. If we just feel like, oh, Jesus, he's talking, forever, then I will speed it up a little bit. But for right now, we're just going to keep it at regular speed and see how this goes. Oh my goodness, I'm excited to hear it because y'all know he's fired. That man, listen, I don't care what he's done in and since this case, I'm giving him kudos for what he did on this trial. And on this trial, he did me proud. He did me proud. Hello, Possum. Good to see you, Love Bug. Thank you for being here. Let's get right into it, guys. Let's get right into it. Let me share the screen. Shout out to the judge who is sporting her great hairdo that total 80s thing with a whole lot of Aquanet. Man, I'm digging it, sister. I'm digging it. Bring it back. All right, let me shut the hell up and put them on the screen. Let's go, Juan. Give them hell.
Yes.
Let me just say while we're doing this, you guys there, I couldn't find the one without the sidebars. That was, for some reason, this one with the sidebars was less time. Like the one without the sidebars was like 3 hours. This one with the sidebars was, so I don't know how that worked out. I didn't wake up in time to do any real thinking on it, so I put this one up. So we are going to see some sidebars, but maybe that'll give us a chance to jump in here, break it up, chat while they're doing that. But I hate sidebars. I really, really do. Oh, Jody, she's over there still taking notes, y'all. She's taking notes for her defense team that she wants to make sure they get into their closing arguments, right? Good to see you, Trisha. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, y'all say the sweetest things. Trisha said she's been looking forward to this all day. Hi, Scott. Isn't that hair sexy, Scott? I think I'm gonna cut mine and get me some Aquanet. I love it. Hi, Ara. Good to see you. Jody's doing origami. I had heard that. All right, let me shut the hell up, guys. We'll get to this.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue with your closing argument.
Defendant had made her way to Pasadena along with her will to kill Mr. Alexander in the evening of June 3rd of 2008. And she stopped at the Starbucks. And after stopping at the Starbucks, or as part of this stop, she decided to fill up. And we know that she had the 3 gallons of gas, or the 3 gas cans at that point, based on the receipts that are before you. And the reason that she had those gas cans filled is so that now she was prepared to make it all the way through Arizona without having to stop for gasoline. And she, on her direct testimony and also part of cross-examination, indicated that, well, the car, for whatever reason, had a bad engine, for lack of a better term. It kept using gas so much, trying to manipulate you into thinking that she stopped at a number of places and used all the gas in the gas cans. But there are no records or any other corroborative evidence that indicates that she stopped anywhere here in the state of Arizona for gasoline. So her plan, if you will, was working well at that point. She wanted to kill him. There was no way that anybody would be able to say that she was even in the state of Arizona, because the defense would have been, well, I would have had to have stopped for gas. And there was no indication anywhere, and there is no indication anywhere that she stopped for gas in the state of Arizona. Another thing that she did as she came into the state of Arizona is she turned off her telephone. And this telephone, the cell phone that she had, was turned off so that it could not be traced by law enforcement. So now not only do you have her in a vessel, an automobile that will not be traced to the state of Arizona, you also have her with a telephone that is turned off. She gave several reasons to different people as to why the telephone was turned off. One of them that she gave to Ryan Burns was that somehow it had lost its charge and that she had lost the charger and somehow she'd been able to buy it at some store. That was her story, and then she was able to charge the telephone so that she then was able to call him near Hoover Dam. Another story that she gave was that, well, when she stopped on the side of the road and she was cleaning up from killing Mr. Alexander, she actually was able to go underneath the seat and find the charger. Either way, the net effect of that was that as she came into Arizona, there was no electronic trail of her being here, and there was no physical trail of her coming through. And this was done for the purpose. She knew that she was coming to kill him. There is no other reason why you would turn off your telephone as you're coming through here, especially this woman who clearly loved to use her telephone, but for this particular trip, for this time when she's approaching Mesa, telephone is off. And it doesn't come on until sometime later near Hoover Dam, again indicating she was never in the Mesa area. And without the electronic trail, it would have been difficult for the police to find that out. So now you have her in a position where she can come to Arizona and no one's going to know. She's in a car that's white, not red, so the police are not going to stop her. And she shows up with a gun and a knife. And she shows up to see Mr. Alexander. And if you remember that one of the things that she told the police officer, she always, whenever it was not to her benefit, would say, well, no, I was lying then. As if somehow that's a fallback position. As if somehow that's something to be rewarded. That, oh, I lied. So because I have admitted that I lied, you should put that in the good column. Forgetting that she lied to start with, and she lied to cover up the killing. And so she indicated that to this officer in a telephone call, and by this officer I mean Detective Esteban Flores, that she knew the code to his garage, 0187. And so she knew the code to the garage, and she indicated that that's how she came in. She didn't knock on the front door. She didn't go out through the back and peep through the sliding glass doors like she'd done before. She actually walked in. There's no indication that Mr. Alexander came to the door. And this was sometime after 4 o'clock in the morning. And as she came in, one of the things that's telling about what happened is that she said, I came in and I stood by the door and I watched him. And I watched him for 30, 45 seconds. Who does that? Who comes in and stands there? Someone with some sort of stalking behavior in their past? Someone who's arriving there unannounced? Someone who is there to surprise Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander happens to be awake. He's got the dog Napoleon with him, and the dog barks, and there's this hello, how are you kind of thing. And at that point, she says that either she does bring her stuff in or she doesn't bring her stuff in. She may have brought her camera at that point. And we also know that she brought in her purse. And her purse is big enough for this toy-looking 25 caliber handgun. Also big enough for a knife. She comes in, and according to her, they go to sleep. There's no sexual activity between them at that point. If Mr. Alexander was this sexual fiend that she has attempted to portray, why didn't he just force himself on her there? And she said, well, at that point, I told him that I was tired and that I did not want to have sex. So whenever she said no, Mr. Alexander abided by that. The only time that she ever indicated that no, she didn't want to have sex with him, he abided by that. And they went to sleep until the next day. The next day, they do engage in some sexual contact. And there's such a stigma that the defendant has attempted to attach to this particular encounter. In fact, she goes so far as to speak with Richard Samuel, Dr. Richard Samuel, and tell him about this, and tells him that these photographs were actually taken while she was straddling Mr. Alexander. Additionally, she talks about how Mr. Alexander has on his computer all these photographs of women's breasts. Just has to add all of this to make Mr. Alexander be something that he is not. or have this encounter be something that it isn't. He did not go to Wairika to seek her out. She drove here to the state of Arizona, to Mesa, to see him. Yes, he did have a camera, and yes, it was used. And thank God he had the camera, because that's the reason why we're standing here, because of the images captured on that camera. And so they engaged in this sexual contact. And there's this, again, this religious sort of overtone, somehow that she's holier than thou, that it was all of his, at his request. It was all about him. It was nothing about her. And that he's somehow violative of the concepts or the precepts of the Mormon faith. Why is that important? It's important because she wants to manipulate you. She wants you to believe that, wow, he's such a bad guy. He's holding himself out to be a virgin. And somehow that's really, really bad. That when people date or when people talk about their sexual lives, they somehow don't want everybody to know everything that's going on. If you remember, Deanna Reed indicated that, yes, they had transgressed. They had engaged in sexual contact, but they went to see the bishop. They got whatever penance or whatever punishment or whatever happened, but they never engaged in that contact again. Somehow the defendant wants to make it seem that Mr. Alexander kept constantly going. He was this individual who had lost his priesthood or had not, had or had not. And somehow that this encounter was a microcosm of their whole relationship. Well, if it is a microcosm of their whole relationship, then we have the willing partner sitting right here. Somebody who enjoyed it just as much as he did. One hand or two hands, she enjoyed it as much as he did. There are no indications in those photographs other than from their experts who say, look at the face. You can tell by the face that she really doesn't want to be there. Really? Can you tell by a grimacing face whether that's pain or joy? Can you tell that by just looking at somebody's face, especially if we're talking about a sexual situation? You can't. But they come in and they want to tell you that because they have a psychology degree or they have a master's degree. And they want to tell you that. Don't believe what you see in your eyes. Don't use your common sense or the experiences that you have coming in here. Believe what we have to say. And by looking at those photographs, you can see that this was all about Mr. Alexander. And again, that's just a microcosmic view, if you will, of this whole relationship where she says, I really never wanted to do it, but it was all about him. And yet, if you look at the photographs, there's no indication there that she really didn't want to do it. She was enjoying it as much as he was. And so they engage in this conduct, these two Mormons. So stop pointing a finger at him and stop wagging it as if somehow being a Mormon precludes you from being human. If somehow that's something bad that he did it, because she's just as Mormon as he is. So if there are fingers to be pointed, it should be pointed at each other. And if one's conduct is bad, the other one is just as bad. But that's not what this case is about. And they want you to think that that's what this case is about, that this is about Mormonism and the fact that Mr. Alexander was engaging in sexual intercourse. What those photographs show was that she was there. And they show you the time that she was there sometime after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They may say that the color of her hair there is blonde, but you've been able to see that and you know what the color of her hair is. You don't need anybody to tell you what the color of her hair is. And so you know that at about 1:30, they are consummating, if you will, their feelings for each other, at least on a physical level. No indication there of anything else other than perhaps Mr. Alexander has adopted what the defendant has provided for him, because you do see the KY bottle in some of those photographs. And you do know who introduced that into the relationship from the May 10th, 2008 conversation where Mr. Alexander thanked her for introducing him to that. We don't know who brought that on that particular day, but it could be reasonably inferred, we're not saying that it happened, that she brought it. She's the one that introduced him to it. Perhaps he already had it there. Either way, that's symbolic, if you will, of her attentiveness to this sexual relationship that they had. And so later on in the afternoon, toward getting later, sometime after 5, the defendant says, and it depends on what you listen or what version you listen to, that at that point, Mr. Alexander wanted to show off his body, according to her. And he wanted her to take photographs of him. You've heard the tape of her conversation with Detective Flores. That was taken when she was arrested up in Wairika. In it, she says that he really didn't want to, that he was reluctant, and that she talked him out of it. And they talk about his shaving and how she loved the way he shaved because it was old-fashioned. And then she starts talking about how, yes, she is able to get him to get into the shower and take photographs of that. And it really is more of her idea than his. And the only reason that the state can say that it is really more idea than his is if you hearken back, think back to what Darrell Brewer told you. One of the things that he was asked on cross-examination was, when he was on the witness stand, were there ever any photographs that were taken of you by the defendant? And he said, yes, only on one occasion were there photographs taken of me. I didn't want them taken. I was in the shower when she started to snap the photographs. So if it's something that she did in the past, if it's something that she's comfortable doing, to then turn around and say, oh no, Mr. Alexander was the person that wanted me to do it, when as part of the same case, you have her saying that no, he did not want her to do it. But she then starts taking photographs, and according to her, very sexy. But at that point, the ill will was already there. She is armed with both a knife and a gun at that point. And she begins to take these photographs. And as she takes these photographs, even though she says they are of a Calvin Klein kind of quality, the water coming down as if it was sort of a Pacific, a very quiet, bucolic kind of scene. That's not what's going on. She talked earlier about a knife, justifying how a knife would have been upstairs by saying that there was this 20-foot rope, and that somehow she was tied up with that 20-foot rope to that bed. And it depends on who she's talking to as to whether or not she was tied on her ankles as well as her wrists. But you've taken a look at that sleigh bed. Where is she going to be tied up on that bed? Making it up, trying to justify, or trying to have a knife there for some other purpose. But if you take a look at that bed, and you've seen it, you know that she's making it up, just making it up. If she's not making it up, then why has she told some of the experts that she was tied by her ankles around the foot of the bed? Why does she tell somebody else that it was both her ankles and wrists? Why does she need to keep changing positions? Because she has a lot to remember. And with the truth, you ain't got nothing to remember. But she has a lot to remember. And it's a lot for her to keep straight, given that she's making all of this up. And so we know them. And the fact that there was no rope, because it would have required her to clean up in the bedroom, because that's where the rope was. And if she was all bloody, because we do know that the floor was all bloody, it was also very wet. It was either wet with water, which is white, or it was wet with blood, which is red, Mr. Alexander's blood. It would have required her to go into the rest of the bedroom and leave some trail of that. And there's nothing there. So it means there was no rope there, and there was no knife there for her to get. It means that she had both the knife or at least the knife at the time of the attack. And so what happens then is that she's standing there, and then we have this photograph, Exhibit 160. This is the last photograph of Mr. Alexander while he's still living and before anything bad has happened to him. Quite a legacy for him, isn't it? He's sitting there. Not only is he defenseless, he does not have a gun, he does not have a knife, he doesn't have any weapon whatsoever. Not only does he not have that, he doesn't have any clothing on. And as he sits there, he doesn't have any dignity either. She's taken that away from him. And if anybody is defenseless, in this case, it isn't the defendant. It's Travis Alexander, as he sits like that in that shower with his killer standing there dressed in pants, presumably a top on, because there's no indication that she didn't have a top on, with his camera. And she starts snapping this. Part of the story of hers that you would have to believe is that this is also an inadvertent photograph, that this is also an accidental photograph. But take a look, if you will, at the acuity and the sharpness of this photograph. There's nothing accidental about this. Somebody held the photograph, or the camera, firmly. The defendant held it firmly as she pressed the button and took this photograph, the last live photograph of Mr. Alexander. And while she had them in that position where he is in the inferior position to her, he's down, she's standing up. She can approach him, and she can approach him as he's sitting there. And she did. No doubt about that. This is not a case of whether or not there was an attack here, whether or not it wasn't her. It's her. And it's him. And it's the man that she has just had sex with. And it's this individual that she has planned to kill all the way from May 28th of 2008, days, even though the premeditation statute only requires a certain period of time. Doesn't require days, doesn't require planning, requires thinking. And so she's been thinking about it for a long time because she came very prepared. And before she even went in there, one of the other preparations that she took was to take the license plate off the car. Now she's inside. Now she's got him like that. Can anybody think of how anything else could be so much colder or without feeling for the person than to make
Objection.
Approach.
Sorry, y'all. I didn't wake up in time to find the one that didn't have the sidebars in it, but that gives us a little minute to talk and me to jump into chat, which I just love. Hope everybody's doing good. You got to watch the first one. They have them all on Pluto right now. Maybe I will. I love horror movies. My favorite time to watch horror movies is in the fall when it's all like foggy outside. I'm in Indiana, so we have a lot of fog, you know. That's the best time to watch it, and it's kind of chilly outside.
It is
Oh,
cold.
love it.
It is thinking. It is premeditated. To go up to this individual, someone that she has planned to kill for days, someone with whom she has been intimate with, and then attack him. She has indicated to you that it was a shot to the head, but the evidence, the forensic evidence, speaks otherwise. And for you to believe her, and for you to believe that the shot was first, you will need to set aside everything that she's told you, for example, the gas cans, everything else that she has told you, including the fact that she lied to the police, including the fact that she lied to the experts, including the fact that she lied here. And then you have to say, even though she's lied all of these times, even though she's looked us in the face and lied to us, we're now going to believe her with regard to just this one particular aspect. That is not something that is available to you, I submit. And I submit that because of everything that she has said. And so she gets her knife. And she took that knife and stabbed him right front here. The reason that we know that she did that is because Mr. Alexander has defensive wounds. And he has defensive wounds to his left and to his right hand. As she is stabbing him, he is alive and he is cognizant of it, and he begins to grab at the knife. But unfortunately for Mr. Alexander, one of the knife wounds is to the heart. Doesn't mean he's going to die immediately. It means he's just going to die. And part of the dying process includes, because of it's the heart, blood coming from his mouth and blood coming out from the wounds. But he's not going to die immediately. He's going to take some time, minutes, to bleed out. But he is going to die. So in a sense, she has already killed him. He's dead. Well, you know that he gets up at some point. You know that he doesn't remain seated there, because throughout the bathroom, or where there's the mat, where there's the scale, all around the bathroom, everywhere, there's blood. And if there's blood everywhere, that means there is movement there. And it isn't the kind of movement that is the flopping of the fish kind of movement. It is movement, it is purposeful movement on the part of Mr. Alexander to save his life. And as this time is going by, again, premeditation does not take days. Premeditation does not take a plan. Premeditation just takes time. And it can be a shorter amount of time. The stab wound, for example, after the first stab wound, it could be that. And as he is in this position of dying, he then ambulates. And we know that she didn't carry him over to the sink. We know that he goes there by himself. And one of the things that you see there is this, 98. That's the sink. And that's the sink with his blood on it after he has been stabbed. The reason that you know that he has already been stabbed at this point is because of the patterns that you have on this particular photograph, right here on the left. And remember the injuries to the hand. He had more stab wounds to the left hand than he did to the right hand. And one of the patterns that was described here was this smudge or this transfer. So that if he, and remember, he had more injuries to his hand. That's not something that she can tell you he doesn't, but you've looked at the photograph. You don't need to believe that. You can believe the photograph. And he does have an injury, a slight injury to his right hand. But if he's standing here, this would be where his left hand is. And you can see that there's the smudge or the transfer as he moves that way, as he's falling, moving away, indicating movement. He's still alive, but he's bleeding. That red stuff there, it's blood. And you also have the drops here. And those are placed there by gravity. If this individual has blood in his mouth, and if you remember that the medical examiner testified that if you do have an injury to the heart, that's one of the things that happens. And as it requires Mr. Alexander to be standing there with his left arm like this. And as he's doing that, you do know that this is what's happening to him. She is stabbing him in the back. That's exhibit number 192. That's a concentric area. Exhibit 193 also shows us that. And he's also being stabbed, as you saw, in the back of the head as he stands at that sink. Because he is standing at that sink and he is bleeding, and the amount of blood that's at that sink is indicative of time. You just don't go over for a second and get those patterns. He stood there, which means that the defendant was there with the knife, stabbing him. The other pattern that you see there is this on the mirror. If you remember, the blood spatter person indicated that, well, yes, that can happen from, for example, gunshot wound, but it can also happen if somebody has blood in their mouth and they get hit in the back of the head. And that's called blood spatter, high velocity splatter. And what that means then is that Mr. Alexander was having some force applied to his head at the time that he was standing there. That's how you can know that Exhibit 193 occurred when he was standing there and strikes to the head, because the splatter that is on the mirror indicates movement. It's hitting him, and then he goes and flies into the mirror. But he's not dead. He's still standing there. This woman came to visit him, came prepared now. So he begins to go in a different direction. And we know that he begins to go down the hallway, but he's still standing. The reason that we know that he's still standing is if you take a look at Exhibit 133. That's a blood transfer. It's either an item with blood came by or the blood was already there. Well, the item with blood in this case was Mr. Alexander. And as he's going by, you can see he was still sort of standing. And in this rainbow, somewhat ironic, there is no good luck for him at the end of that rainbow. But you can see that it starts high and it arcs down to the area where there's a larger amount of blood. He's stumbling down that way. But he's stumbling with somebody after him. He's trying to get away. He's trying to get away from her over there. And she may cry now. But the jury instructions have told you that sympathy is not to be considered in this particular case. No doubt that she did it. No doubt that he's trying to get away from her. And you can tell that by the arc that is there. You can see that even clearer. And here, with regard to Exhibit 132, that's the same view. Let me show you the arc there. Just for contrast, to show you that that was part of what was going on, if you take a look at the other side, the other wall, you can see that these are more at the bottom, indicative of substance with blood either rubbing it there or the blood already being there and an item going through there, as opposed to this arc that we see here. She chases him down. That's what she did. He's still alive. How many stab wounds has she already given him at that point? Ones to the back? Do we really need to count the number of stab wounds to get? Is there a requisite number to get through the portal of death? No, not really. There's enough here to get him there. He's already got the one to the chest, which is going to kill him. He's already got the ones to the back of the head. They're not fatal. And he's got the ones to his back. But they are accelerating his departure from Earth. Because the more he bleeds, the quicker he dies. He don't die immediately. And so, when he gets here to the end of his rainbow, gets there to the end. And when he gets there, that's what she does. This is exhibit number 205. Slits his throat from ear to ear. There can be no doubt that he got there on his own volition, by his own movements, as he tried to get away from her. You know that because of the blood stain. You know that because of exhibit 130, which shows you. And remember, the rainbow is right above there. It goes down, he collapses there. She catches up to him and goes for the throat. And if you want to believe her that she doesn't remember anything, doesn't know anything that's going on, why then? Why then, if she really doesn't know what's going on and can't remember, why is she so directed at a place where she can certainly cause death? If she really didn't know what was going on, if it was just really passion, if it was just a heat of passion, then you wouldn't have a directed hit to somewhere that's going to kill. You would have dispersed all over the place. But when he goes down, there is a direct strike to his neck, which is an indication of somebody who is thinking, this person's not going to live. He may get away from me in the shower. He may get away from me all the way to the sink. And he may stumble his way down that hallway. But you know, I caught him. And now, rather than stabbing him anywhere else, right here. So it's a very well orchestrated kill. And it takes time. By time, somebody takes time, people think. So she's now stabbed him in the thigh. Now he's tried to get away, went to the sink. And what's almost something to consider, another thing to consider while he's at the sink, is that in front of the sink is a mirror. And as he's standing there, a mirror is reflective of what's going on behind him. He has eyes. His eyes are still open at that point. He can see. He can see the defendant deliver the strikes to his back. And down he goes. And then he gets another cut to the neck. But she's not done with him yet. And again, the point here is that if this were a heat of passion, if this were a situation where somebody was just upset, it would be random all over the place. But this was a strike to kill right at the neck. And then, after she does that, one of the things that we know is that the shooting didn't take place there. The shooting took place near the sink, where he had previously been standing. And so, one of the things that they wanted you to believe was that if this person is shot and hit through the head, could have been shot there at the sink, according to them. It's already bleeding and still continued on. But the knife wounds do have to be first. Of course, that would violate the laws of nature because he's bleeding so profusely there that the doctor, by necessity, would have had to have found lots of blood in the track of the bullet, and he didn't. So if he was standing at the sink and he was shot at the sink after being stabbed, there would be lots of blood there, and the doctor did not find any there. So he clearly was shot after that, when the situation was such that his heart wasn't beating, in a situation when the heart wasn't pumping enough blood to get it there. Bottom line, he was dead at the time that he was shot, in order to forensically get the result of no blood in the track of the bullet. So he falls there. And then we have more directed behavior. We have this, exhibit number 162. That's Mr. Alexander, that's blood, that's his foot, and that's her foot. And given the fact that we know that the bathroom is this way, that's her standing there. And what's important about that, if we look at this exhibit here, is that it looks like there's been a wildebeest migration near his head. Look at that. And what's important about that is that even though there is the stomping of the feet, it just means she was over him, hovering him. How many times was she stamping around or stomping around to get that pattern? But what's even more important about that is that there's nothing in the bedroom, which means that this was directed behavior at him. She was cognizant of what was going on, because if she would have been in this state that she wants you to think that she was in, then it would have been all over the bedroom. If she'd have been in this hysterical state that she describes for you, that she would run out, run into the bedroom, except it's in pristine shape. What she does then is she begins to drag him. And again, we look at that one, and then exhibit 163, which is a bit later, you can see she's dragging him down the hallway. What that shows is an attempt to clean up. And as she's going by the sink again, you know that she does something else. What she does is this, exhibit 207. Shoots him in the head. There is no blood in that blood track, which means the heart isn't pumping. And when the heart isn't pumping, he is dead. There is no other medical phenomenon or any other medical indications that would give any other indication. And if that's the case, then he's already dead. And then you have the casing from the .25 caliber handgun that you took during this staged burglary. And then you have the casing right there, falling on top of the blood as she's dragging him back, because by necessity, the body has to be there. And if you remember, there's a closet that's up here, the sink is to the left, and the sink is to the left, and this falls to the right. One of the things that we've talked about is that the shot just right here, if she is dragging him in this fashion, that way, and she's pulling along here, that would mean that it would be this portion of the head that was exposed, which if you're pulling somebody down the hallway, that's the result that you get. The casing is expelled and it lands on the blood that's already there. So that's when she delivers this shot to him, somebody that's already dead. So she's killed him 3 times over. Is that enough premeditation? Even though she's all of this planning already, this was a very directed attack. And then she goes about the business of cleaning up. One of the most interesting things about the cleanup that she did is that she knows about cameras. She knows what to do with cameras, according to her. And one of the things that she knows what to do with them is delete photographs. And she's able to look at all of the photographs that are on this camera. Let's assume, for example, that they've already deleted the ones involving the sex. This one right here, the inadvertent photographs, exhibit 162, for example, had to be deleted after he was dead. There's no way there is no time travel here, because that's really what they want you to believe. After this happened, she located the camera. And he's not carrying the camera as he's trying to survive. He couldn't care less about that camera as he's standing over the sink. So what does he do? he just tries to get away. So the camera getting there means that she is the person that was holding onto the camera and carried it to that location. Then, after she shoots him, she goes back, places him in the shower. At some point, either after shooting him at the sink or after placing him in the shower, at some point, she's still thinking. Because remember how much she has planned before. I got to get rid of this evidence. I got to delete this. What does she do? She deletes only certain images. It's not like all of the images are deleted. This shows somebody who is thinking, oh, I don't want to delete the one of his dog or this other one. I'll delete the only ones that hurt me. And that is directed behavior by somebody who claims to have dissociative amnesia. Dissociative amnesia, you heard what the definition of that was. Or is it a fog? Even the San Franciscan fog, if such a thing existed, wouldn't be so cloudy to account for this kind of behavior. There is no fog that someone can tell you about that hasn't lifted to allow for this. And so she cleans that up. She has that and she cleans that up. The other thing that we know is that she takes the camera at some point from that area there. And again, what's important about that, yes, it's important where it was found, and yes, it's important that it was found in the washer, but what's actually more important to show that she was thinking is that there are no steps leading from the bedroom down to the area where the camera was found that are bloody in nature or red, which means that she was cleaning herself up. Because if you're going to be walking around there, you by necessity are going to get it in your socks because that's what she's wearing. She would have had to get it on her socks. And if she's in this horrific hysterical state, she would have ran down and thrown it down there. But what she did is she cleaned herself up first. The police did not, and you looked at all the stairs, did not find anything that showed that there was any activity other than up in the bedroom, which means she cleaned up. She took her socks off and then maybe put her shoes on or maybe put different socks on. But definitely the item that she was wearing was taken off before that camera was taken downstairs and put in the washing machine. And it was put in the washing machine and put through a cycle. Oh, there's this big indication or this indication she could have taken it with her. So what does that mean? It just means it's an alternative. But she has done so much already. Other things that she has done, according to her, is there was this glass underneath the sink area. And that's the glass that's found on top of Mr. Alexander after she cleaned him up, in the shower. We don't know if the glass was an afterthought or if it was used to actually clean him, but actually shows that she went to the sink, approached his body, and dropped it on top of him. But she cleaned him up, wanted to wash away anything or any contact or anything that would show her being there. Again, we're told about what DNA is and how it's left behind. But if somebody washes it away, it's just not going to be there. And that's another step that she took in staging this scene. She washed away all of her DNA from him. Could have turned on, we don't know if she turned on the shower. We don't know if she used the glass, but we do know that she cleaned up. And it isn't because she loved Mr. Alexander that she cleaned him up. Oh, it isn't that she wanted him to look good, even though he, with all due respect, he looked a little bit crunched up there. It wasn't that. The net effect of what she did is to destroy any of her DNA. She washed it off. That's what people do when they want things that, such as items off their hands, they wash out. And that's what she did. And then we don't know what was in the middle of the bathroom that was causing her concern. But we know that she focused in on the bathroom area as well as near the closet. Again, we don't know exactly what was there. Perhaps that's where she dropped the knife and she needed to clean the knife there because we know that the knife was clean. We know that the knife was not left behind. So again, there's this directed behavior with regard to the knife. Had the knife been dripping blood, and remember, she had just stuck it into his neck. Had that been happening, and had she been in this hysterical sort of mood that she wants you to believe, it's fair to say that that knife would have been bloody, she would have dropped blood along the way. No, she carried it out. She wants you to believe that she may have carried it down to the dishwasher. If she did carry it down to the dishwasher, which the state disputes, but we can use that for demonstrative purposes to show that knife, if it was carried downstairs, either had to be cleaned up upstairs or wrapped in something like a towel, which shows again directed behavior, so that no blood got on any of the stairs. Didn't get anywhere else. So if she says, which is what she said that sort of alluded to, that maybe that's what she did with the knife because no knife was found up there, and we do know that a knife was used in this attack. If she did that, she did something with the knife. She either cleaned it, stuck it in her purse, or according to her, even if you put it in the dishwasher, but you can't be sure about that, the behavior before the movement of the knife shows that she was thinking this whole thing through. If you step back and you say, what was she thinking at the time? Well, she was thinking of staging the scene, cleaning it. That's what she was doing. She cleaned the body of any DNA. She cleaned the area where it appears some of the attack occurred. The other implement, the knife, that was clean because it wasn't found or dripping anywhere. The gun, well, it was taken. The clothing that she had on her, specifically the footwear that you see in Exhibit 162, that wasn't found anywhere. There was no bloody socks anywhere. And even the towels that were upstairs, if you remember, there was one towel missing from the set, was taken down and placed inside of the washing machine, and the cycle was run. It appears that the cycle was run with Clorox. And what's significant about that is that, yes, it's significant that Clorox was used, but what's also significant about it is that the hands were clean at the time the Clorox was grabbed, because otherwise you would have seen the handle with blood on it, you would have seen blood all over the washer. You didn't see that. She had already cleaned up upstairs, and she was cleaning up because she did not want to get caught. And it was actually, as plans go, pretty good, except for the photographs. Well, she's now staged the scene. She's now cleaned up. There has been days of premeditation, but if you just take the scene itself, and we will discuss the jury instruction that tells you that it just requires a space of time. And killing somebody 3 times over has built into it a space of time, irrespective of which event you think happened first or happened last. It's the state's position that the stabbing happened first because of the forensic evidence and the blood spatter evidence that's upstairs. Either way, she killed him 3 times over. She stabbed him in the heart. He would have died from that. Certainly the throat was immediately fatal, and the gunshot would also have been fatal. So there is this premeditation aspect. And so she staged the scene at that point. Then she did some other things that were equally as interesting. And by interesting, I mean demonstrative of how well she was thinking at the time. She claims that she was in this sort of foggy state. She wasn't in such a foggy state that she couldn't put the license plate back on the car that she was driving on the back. She was in a hurry and put it on upside down, but she had already taken it off before and remembered to put it back on, such that she drove all the way to Utah that way and was stopped in West Jordan, Utah. So yeah, she was thinking there. She wasn't driving without a license plate, because police officers would have stopped you quicker without a license plate than one upside down. So thinking there. The other thing is she packed up the clothing that she was wearing. It was bloody. The socks included. Packed all of that up and took them with her. Cameras, her purse, the gun, all of that. She was cleaning it up, staging it up for the police, so that when the police went up there, they wouldn't even know what was going on. Got in the car, did all the cleaning, and was sure and careful not to get it anywhere other than the bathroom. Walked out, and on that hot summer June 4th, got into the car, left Napoleon behind, and started to drive away after putting the license plate on the car. And according to her, at some point, filling up with gas from the gas cans. If you're in such a fog, how can you even remember that you have gas cans? How can you possibly even remember that you have a gas can if you've never done it before? And she, according to her, this is not something that she did on a usual basis.
Objection.
Overruled, the jury is directed to recall the evidence.
And away she goes down the road until, according to her, she stops on the side of the road, starts calling Ryan, and continues her lies. Starts calling Ryan and saying, and gave a story about where she had been. She lied to him. She wanted to continue that, speaking with him because he could potentially say, well, no, she was with me. She was somebody that was with me at the time. So again, she's continuing to stage the scene for the police. What else does she do? If she didn't think that she had killed him, then why is it that she's calling and leaving a voicemail message as soon as she possibly can? Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. If she was really in this state of fogginess, you would have heard some mumbling, or she wouldn't have been able to work the prompts on the phone. But she was able, according to her, keep going back and try to do the message. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times did she say? Many, many times. She said she tried to do that. That shows some clarity of thought. And of course, though, she wants you to believe that there was no clarity of thought. She wants to manipulate you, wants to continue to lie. Why send an email? If you really didn't know what had happened, why send an email? Why not call the police? And why continue on your journey to make it seem normal? Why continue to make it seem normal? As if nothing had happened. The reason that you do that is because you had it planned. Ryan Burns was nothing more than her alibi. She showed, maybe he was a little bit more because of the interest that she showed. But she calls him up, makes up this story about where the cell phone has been, and continues on to Utah into his waiting arms. Gosh, you could almost hear the violins making their sound as she goes up to him, gives him that first kiss. Isn't that romantic? And then later on, as they kiss passionately after going out, and she adjusts him, whatever that may mean, although according to her, he's full of crap. Anybody that doesn't agree with her, oh, they're full of crap. Those are her words from the witness stand. He's wrong. And he's not telling the truth according to her. He doesn't have anything to gain. But he does tell you that, yes, they were involved, and they were involved in a sexual fashion when she gets up there. What a wonderful reunion, what a wonderful time it must have been for her. And so then there's this talk that she has with her friend Leslie JODI. And she begins to talk about the future with Mr. Alexander in it. How this Mr. Alexander that is going to be with her in the future after he's married and he has kids. She's married, she has kids. Their children are going to play together. Absolutely staging the scene again, continually staging the scene so that if the police start making inquiries, guess what? Well, she didn't know he was dead. Boy, she was just normal with me, Mr. Burns would say. And with Leslie JODI, oh, she was talking about the future. Again, she's just staging the scene after what she has done. At the restaurant that they go to, there's this talk about her hands, and she, again, makes up a story as to how she got the injury to her hand, even though it's from the knife slipping as she was knifing Mr. Alexander to death. And then afterwards, her friend, Dan Freeman, calling her on the telephone and telling her, oh, his body has been found. And she crying and calls the bishop, trying to determine whether or not he was alive. What an absolute facade. She's creating a wall of excuses, a wall of absolute, what appears to be impenetrable might, so that no one can assail her. No one can say that she had anything to do with this, because she's acting the part and she's lying. She's making it all up. She has lied to everybody, and she has staged the scene. She staged the scene of the murder. And then she came into court, and during these proceedings, has staged her defense. And she staged her defense by lies. And the lies that she told were to a number of people and to various groups of people. First of all, let's start with you. Perhaps it may be that in court, because of the admonition and standing in front of the clerk, that somehow that would bring out the truth, because after all, this is a truth-finding sort of proceeding. Well, let's start with some of the examples that we can talk about that we know that she lied to you about. This issue about the gas cans, absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, she's a liar. And she's a liar about, number one, that she returned it to Walmart. And she's a liar about the fact that she didn't have them with her in Salt Lake City. It's just a lie. And the reason she's lying is that explains why there are no receipts here in Arizona. And that also goes to premeditation. She planned to come and kill Mr. Alexander with that .25 caliber and that night from May 28th on. That's what the evidence shows. One of the things that you can say to yourself, well, you don't have any direct evidence of that. That's true. We have circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is a fact that you can deduce from looking at the circumstances as opposed to direct evidence, which is visual or hearing, sensory kind of evidence. The best example that I can give you about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence and how it applies in this particular case is that if you are at a beach, it doesn't matter what beach it is, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, and you're there by yourself, and you're standing there and you're watching the waves come in. As you stand there from your left, somebody walks by and then goes to your right. A minute or so later, somebody else comes to you and says, has there anybody else been on this beach? And you can say, sure, I just saw him walk by. That's direct evidence. Well, contrast that with circumstantial evidence. You are at the same beach. You have not seen anybody go by. You have not seen any fingerprints. You haven't seen anything. And you decide that it's a nice day and you're going to close your eyes. You have your Wayfarer sunglasses on. You have your towel out. You're going to lay down and you close your eyes for exactly, let's say, a minute. And before you closed your eyes, you noticed that there were no footprints here, no footprints in front of you, and no footprints there. And the ocean's not coming up to you. Close your eyes and you wake up, and when you, for those 45 seconds or so, and then you look, and to your left is a set of human footprints. You see it goes right in front of you, and then it goes by. You didn't hear anything, you didn't see anything. Somebody else comes up to you, or the same person comes up to you and says, has there been anybody here at the beach? You didn't see anybody and you didn't hear anybody, but you can say yes. And the reason that you can say yes is because of the footprints that you saw after you woke up. And the same thing here. There are many footprints to this premeditation aspect. One of the footprints that we have is up in Wairika, California, after the May 26th, 2008 argument where he tells her, you're the worst thing that ever happened to me. Then you have her stealing the gun, or the gun is stolen, and it's a .25 caliber that's actually found at the scene. After that, you have her borrowing some gas cans, and then you have her lying about those gas cans. And then you have her lying about the license plate, and you have her turning off her phone so that she can't be found in Arizona. And then you have the photographs, and you have the rest of the evidence in this case. She premeditated the murder in this case. The other thing that we need to talk about in terms of what she told you that is not true is why she rented the car in Redding. She said, oh, that's the place that Priceline would give her the best deal. But you saw the receipts, not the receipts, but the statement from Washington Mutual that indicated that, hey, she paid directly to budget. So that wasn't a Priceline thing. She looked at each and every one of you, and that's what she told you. Well, that's because, of course, she's innocent. And you as a jury are not going to convict her, right? The other thing that she talked to you about was this injury to her finger. She said that she showed you the finger and she demonstrated it to you. And she said that Mr. Alexander had been the person that actually had done that to her. Well, if you remember during cross-examination, when she was being asked about what happened in her killing of Mr. Alexander, the question was, well, you really didn't get any injuries. I mean, aside from the injury to the head, do you remember? That's all that you got then. And then she said, oh no, I also got the injury to my finger. Do you remember her saying that? In a moment of candor, in a moment when she wasn't quite expecting it, she said, yes, that's when it happened. Yet then she turns around and says later, no, that's not how I got it. I got it working for Casa Ramos, Margaritaville. I got it at his house. Who knows? But she looked at you straight in the face about an event that occurred at the time of the killing. And she looked you in the face, every single one of you, after taking the oath, and lied to you. Maybe this law of attraction, maybe something else, maybe that will explain it, or maybe her experts will explain these 3 areas that you know were made up. She just made them up to you. And why did she make them up? Because although she says no jury will convict her, it's because she's attempting to get you or manipulating you to get to that particular point. One of the other things that perhaps we need to look at or talk about is their experts. And with regard to their experts, with regard to the defense that's presented, one of the things that perhaps you can sort of allude to and maybe make reference to when you're looking at this particular defense is by reference to Elizabeth Barrett Browning in a sonnet, where she indicated that, and again, it's just a reference to it, how do I love thee? Let me count the lies. It's a little bit of a reference to it, but that's not exactly what she said. But really, how do I love thee? Let me count the lies. Well, we've counted 3 so far that in this court, looking at each of you, she said that. What else can we look at? Well, perhaps we can look at the motivation, or perhaps we can look at people that have testified on her behalf, and maybe we can understand what's going on. We can talk, for example, about Alice Laviolette. She's the person who has a master's, who came in and has been doing this for a long time. And one of the things that Alice Laviolette has, and she has an extensive CV or resume, is one of the things she hasn't included in there is that she is also a liar. That is just the bottom line. She came in here and she told you in response to one of your questions about whether or not she had ever testified on behalf of a male in court. And she said 1 or 2 times. Remember that? And when she was pressed by the prosecutor during cross-examination, well, who are they? Couldn't give me the name. Give me a name. Go ahead, give me a name. Pressed even further, she said, well, I didn't testify. I actually wrote a report. She wanted to make herself more than she really was. She also talked about being a keynote speaker at one of the conferences where was Snow White a battered woman. She indicated that she was one of the keynote speakers there at one of those conferences, and she wasn't. Her CV indicated that she was on the plenary panel, which is just part of people that go there, and she made a presentation to a smaller group. And just as importantly with regard to lying and Alice Laviolette, she indicated and tried to justify the defendant's lies for you so that you wouldn't think that they were so bad. She kept saying, well, she lied before, but not afterwards. And we got into this conversation about lying, and Alice Laviolette said, well, you know, there's such things as white lies. Those are okay. See, you don't understand. For her and for the defendant, white lies. White lies. They're okay. And if it's to her benefit to say that something is a white lie, she will say that it is a white lie. And in this case, everything that's negative towards the defendant, and it is untruthful, well, that's just a white lie, according to Alice Laviolette. And to her, that's okay. Probably it's okay to Alice Laviolette because she herself wasn't truthful to you. It's one thing to be mistaken in a report. It's another thing to look at you as an expert because they're trying to provide guidance and say, yes, I have testified on behalf of men before, and then going back and saying, no, that's not true. Measure, but maybe that's a guide to the defendant. Maybe that's something that she, of course, believes. Maybe that's something that buttresses the defendant's case, and Alice Laviolette believes that that's something that she should do. But what that indicates is that she's nothing more than an advocate. When you begin lying on behalf of the person that you evaluated, when you begin to visit them, when you begin to give them books, when you're with them for 44 hours, that line was crossed. Anything Alice Laviolette said is contaminated. It is foul. It is not something that you should consider, because how much credibility can you give her if she came up here and in advocating that position, she lied to you? Absolutely no worth at all. And then you have Dr. Richard Samuels. And one of the things about Dr. Samuels was that, in the issue involving lying, is one of the things that he did is that he had trouble with regard to this scoring and rescoring. And there were some issues as to really what the motivation was for the rescoring. Janine DeMarte, Dr. Janine DeMarte indicated that, well, there's no reason to be rescoring something 3 times unless you perhaps want to change the scores. Or with regard to the MCMI, there's no reason to submit it twice unless perhaps you might want to change the scores. But one of the things that we do know about Dr. Samuels is that he gave the PDS test. And there is no doubt as to that test that the defendant lied. The defendant made it up. There is no truth to the fact that on question 14, number 4, that whatever seminal event that they're talking about, there was never any indication whatsoever that there was a guy and a girl that came in and killed Mr. Alexander. But he based his test on that. And the defense and the questions may be asked about whether or not it involved the attack of a tiger, or if it involved the attack of a bear, or if it involved a gopher. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that it's a lie. Let's say that somebody goes to the doctor, and they go to the doctor and they're talking about some sort of pain that they have. And if they start lying about the pain, isn't the treatment going to be affected by it? How good is the workup going to be if the seminal event that you're there for is a lie? Well, yeah, you can say she suffered trauma. Okay, let's assume that you even go that far and say the PDS does show that she suffered trauma. Well, which trauma are we talking about? Is it the bear? Is it the tiger? Is it the gopher? Or, in our case, is it the trauma of lying about killing Mr. Alexander? Is that what we're talking about? Or is it the killing of Mr. Alexander that we're talking about? Or, as the other expert, Cheryl Karp, found, was it the trauma of this non-existent domestic violence? The problem is that when you start lying and the experts get involved and they start basing their test on a lie, how valid can the results be? For example, Cheryl Karp found that, yes, she believed it was post-traumatic stress disorder based on many, many events of domestic violence. Yet there are only 4 that were presented to you and never linked to post-traumatic stress disorder. Then there's this test of PDS that was taken, and according to Dr. Samuels, he said, you know what? I probably should have re-administered it. In a moment of candor, he said that. And yet he then reversed his position and changed it. But again, what do we have here? Another lie by the defendant. Not only to Dr. Samuels, but also to Dr. Karp or Janine DeMarte. Dr. Janine DeMarte. Either one. You can't have a lot of domestic violence or a little bit of domestic violence. So you have that issue that is sort of floating out there with regard to the experts. The other area that the defendant lied about was the police. Detective Ford? Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Please be back at 3 o'clock. 15 minutes. You are excused. Please remember the admonition.
All right, guys, I'm hoping this just moves on to when they come back from their recess break. Hi, Linus. Good to see you guys. Thank you all for being here. Do me a favor, just hit the thumbs up for me. I appreciate it so much. Uh, my mom is nagging me because of my stinky Birkenstocks. I probably would just throw them away at this point, honey. And I will probably nag you too. Luna's, he's got her number along with the people that follows true crime in his poor family and friends. Oh shit, what was that? No, it's not. Hold on, let me get this. All right, guys, I need to find part 2. Yeah, just buy some new ones. Buy the new Birkenstocks. I got to find part 2 of this because I had no idea that it was split in half. So give me just a minute on there. Let's all take a stretch break, a smoke break, a pee break, a coffee break. Do your break and come right back. Give me just a minute here. And then I'll throw it back up and we'll continue watching. Thank you all so much for being here. All right, give me a minute.
Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine. Turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick-tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine. Turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick-tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Percent with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. Families gather around the glowing screen. Hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a mean machine. Turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh.
All right, guys, I found it. Thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate that so much. Let me go ahead and pull this up. We're coming back in from the break. Hit the wrong thing. We're coming back in from the break, and Juan Martinez is he's going to finish up his closing arguments, which is about an hour, I guess. So I could speed it up a little bit if you guys want me to. Just let me know. I can speed this up. He's talking a little slower than I thought he would, because obviously when he was, let's just try to speed it up a little bit, because we still got to get through Kirk Nermies. He's talking a little slower than he definitely was at cross-examination, but he was trying to get a word in edgewise with JODI. So that was that. Let me make sure that you guys can see over here. I will make this as big as I can. Watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume, only this one. Here we go. Oh, I hope that it's not. Okay, good.
It is cold. It is thinking. It is premeditated. To go up to this individual, someone that she has planned to kill for days, someone with whom she has been intimate with, and then attack him. She has indicated to you that it was a shot to the head, but the evidence, the forensic evidence, speaks otherwise. And for you to believe her, and for you to believe that the shot was first, you will need to set aside everything that she's told you, for example, the gas cans, everything else that she has told you, including the fact that she lied to the police, including the fact that she lied to the experts, including the fact that she lied here. And then you have to say, even though she's lied all of these times, even though she's looked us in the face and lied to us, we're now going to believe her with regard to just this one particular aspect. That is not something that is available to you, I submit. And I submit that because of everything that she has said. And so she gets her knife. And she took that knife and stabbed her right in front here. The reason that we know that she did that is because Mr. Alexander has defensive wounds. And he has defensive wounds to his left and to his right hand. As she is stabbing him, he is alive and he is cognizant of it, and he begins to grab at the knife. But unfortunately for Mr. Alexander, one of the knife wounds is to the heart. It doesn't mean he's going to die immediately. It means he's just going to die. And part of the dying process includes, because of it's the heart, blood coming from his mouth and blood coming out from the wounds. But he's not going to die immediately. He's going to take some time, minutes, to bleed out. But he is going to die. So in a sense, she has already killed him. He's dead. Well, you know that he gets up at some point. You know that he doesn't remain seated there, because throughout the bathroom, where there's the mat, where there's the scale.
All right, you guys, we have already seen this part of it. It's showing all the pictures and it's going back over it. Do you guys want me just to fast forward this part back up and try to get us to where we were in the when they went to break? Somebody just say something in chat, and that's what I'll go with. I remember this trial. This was the one that really got me into true crime. Yeah, A lot of people say that, Lisa. A lot of people do say that. Yes, yes, they play. Okay, okay, one says yeah, why not? Okay, we're just gonna leave it. Graphic pictures, you guys, graphic pictures. I have sped it up though, so we should get through it pretty quick.
All around the bathroom, everywhere, there's blood. And if there's blood everywhere, that means there is movement there. And it isn't the kind of movement that is the flopping of the fish kind of movement. It is movement, it is purposeful movement on the part of Mr. Alexander to save his life. And as this time is going by, again, premeditation does not take days. Premeditation does not take a plan. Premeditation just takes time. And it can be a shorter amount of time. The stab wound, for example, after the first stab wound, could be that. And as he is in this position of dying, he then ambulanced. And we know that she didn't carry him over to the sink. We know that he goes there by himself. And one of the things that you see there is this, 98. That's the sink. And that's the sink with his blood on it after he has been stabbed. The reason that you know that he has already been stabbed at this point is because of patterns that you have on this particular photograph, right here on the left. And remember the injuries to the hand. He had more stab wounds to the left hand than he did to the right hand. And one of the patterns that was described here was this smudge or this transfer. So that if he, and remember, he had more injuries to his hand. That's not something that she can tell you he doesn't, but you've looked at the photograph. You don't need to believe that. You can believe the photograph. And he does have an injury, a slight injury to his right hand. But if he's standing here, this would be where his left hand is. And you can see that there's the smudge or the transfer as he moves that way, as he's falling, moving away, indicating movement. He's still alive, but he's bleeding. That red stuff there, it's blood. And you also have the drops here. And those are placed there by gravity. If this individual has blood in his mouth, if you remember that the medical examiner testified that if you do have an injury to the heart, that's one of the things that happens. And as it requires Mr. Alexander to be standing there with his left arm like this. And as he's doing that, we do know that this is what's happening to him. She is stabbing him in the back. That's exhibit number 192. That's a concentric area. Exhibit 193 also shows us that. And he's also being stabbed, as you saw, in the back of the head as he stands at that sink. Because he is standing at that sink and he is bleeding, and the amount of blood that's at that sink is indicative of time. You just don't go over for a second and get those patterns. He stood there, which means that the defendant was there with a knife, stabbing him. The other pattern that you see there is this on the mirror. If you remember, the blood spatter person indicated that, well, yes, that can happen from, for example, gunshot wound, but it can also happen if somebody has blood in their mouth and they get hit in the back of the head. And that's called blood spatter, high velocity splatter. And what that means then is that Mr. Alexander was having some force applied to his head at the time that he was standing there. That's how you can know that exhibit 193 occurred when he was standing there and strikes to the head, because the splatter that is on the mirror indicates movement, hitting him, and then he goes and flies into the mirror. But he's not dead. He's still standing there. This woman came to visit him, came prepared him. So he begins to go in a different direction. And we know that he begins to go down the hallway, and he's still standing. The reason that we know that he's still standing is if you take a look at exhibit 133. That's blood transfer. It's either an item with blood came by or the blood was already there. Well, the item with blood in this case was Mr. Alexander. And as he's going by, you can see he was still sort of standing. And in this rainbow, somewhat ironic, there is no good luck for him at the end of that rainbow. But you can see that it starts high and it arcs down to the area where there's a larger amount of blood. He's stumbling down that way. But he's stumbling with somebody after him. He's trying to get away. He's trying to get away from her over there. And she may cry now. But the jury instructions have told you that sympathy is not to be considered in this particular case. No doubt that she did it. No doubt that he's trying to get away from her. And you can tell that by the arc that is there. You can see that even clearer down here with regard to Exhibit 132. That's the same view I'm showing the arc there. Just for contrast, to show you that that was part of what was going on, if you take a look at the other side, the other wall, you can see that these are more at the bottom, indicative of substance with blood either rubbing it there or the blood already being there and an item going through there, as opposed to this arc that we see here. She chases him down. That's what she did. He's still alive. How many stab wounds has she already given him at that point? The ones to the back? Do we really need to count the number of stab wounds to get? Is there a requisite number to get through the portal of death? No, not really. There's enough here to get him there. He's already got the one to the chest, which is going to kill him. He's already got the ones to the back of the head. They're not failed. And he's got the ones to his back. But they are accelerating his departure from Earth. Because the more he bleeds, the quicker he dies. You don't die immediately. And so, when he gets here, to the end of his rainbow, gets there to the end. And when he gets there, that's what she does. This is exhibit number 205. Slits his throat from ear to ear. There can be no doubt that he got there on his own volition, by his own movements, as he tried to get away from her. You know that because of the blood stain. You know that because of Exhibit 130, which shows you. And remember, the rainbow is right above there. It goes down, he collapses there. She catches up to him and goes for the throat. And if you want to believe her that she doesn't remember anything, doesn't know anything that's going on, why then? Why then, if she really doesn't know what's going on and can't remember, why is she so directed at a place where she can certainly cause death? If she really didn't know what was going on, if it was just really passion, if it was just a heat of passion, then you wouldn't have a directed hit to somewhere that's going to kill. You would have dispersed all over the place. But when he goes down, there is a direct strike to his neck, which is an indication of somebody who is thinking, this person's not going to live. He may get away from me in the shower. He may get away from me all the way to the sink. And he may stumble his way down that hallway. But you know, I got him. And now, rather than stabbing him anywhere else, right here. So it's a very well orchestrated kill. And it takes time. By time, somebody takes time, people think. So she's now stabbed him in a dive. Now he's tried to get away, went to the sink. And what's almost something to consider, another thing to consider while he's at the sink, is that in front of the sink is a mirror. And as he's standing there, the mirror is reflective of what's going on behind him. He has eyes. His eyes are still open at that point. He can see. He can see the defendant deliver the strikes to his back. And down he goes. And then he gets another cut to the neck. But she's not done with him yet. And again, the point here is that if this were a passion, if this were a situation where somebody was just upset, it would be random all over the place. But this was a strike to kill right at the neck. And then, after she does that, one of the things that we know is that the shooting didn't take place there. The shooting took place near the sink. where he had previously been standing. And so one of the things that they wanted you to believe was that if this person is shot and hit through the head, could have been shot there at the sink, according to them, it's already bleeding and still continued on. But the knife wounds do have to be first. Of course, that would violate the laws of nature because he's bleeding so profusely there that the doctor, by necessity, would have had to have found lots of blood in the track of the bullet, and he didn't. So if he was standing at the sink and he was shot at the sink after being stabbed, there would be lots of blood there, and the doctor did not find any there. So he clearly was shot after that, when the situation was such that his heart wasn't beating, a situation when the heart wasn't pumping enough blood to get it there. Bottom line, he was dead at the time that he was shot, in order to forensically get the result of no blood in the track of the bullet. So he falls there. And then we have more directed behavior. We have this, exhibit number 162. That's Mr. Alexander, that's blood, that's his foot, and that's her foot. And given the fact that we know that the bathroom is this way, that's her standing there. And what's important about that, if we look at this exhibit here, is that it looks like there's been a wildebeest migration near his head. Look at that. And what's important about that is that even though there is the stomping of the feet, it just means she was over him, hovering him. How many times was she stamping around or stomping around to get that pattern? But what's even more important about that is that there's nothing in the bedroom, which means that this was directed behavior at him. She was cognizant of what was going on, because if she would have been in this state that she wants you to think that she was in, then it would have been all over the bedroom. If she'd have been in this hysterical state that she describes for you, that she would run out, run into the bedroom, except it's in pristine shape. So what she does then is she begins to drag him. And again, we look at that one, and then exhibit 163, which is a bit later, you can see she's dragging him down the hallway. What that shows is an attempt to clean up. And as she's going by the sink again, you know that she does something else. What she does is this, exhibit 207. Shoots him in the head. There is no blood in that blood tract, which means the heart isn't pumping. And when the heart isn't pumping, he is dead. There is no other medical phenomenon or any other medical indications that would give any other indication. And if that's the case, then he's already dead. And then you have the casing from the .25 caliber handgun that you took during this staged burglary. And then you have the casing right there, falling on top of the blood as she's dragging him back, because by necessity, the body has to be there. And if you remember, there's a closet that's up here, the sink is to the left, and the sink is to the left, and this falls to the right. One of the things that we talked about is that the shot just right here, if she is dragging him in this fashion, that way, and she's pulling him along here, that would mean that it would be this portion of the head that was exposed, which if you're pulling somebody down the hallway, that's the result that you get. The casing is expelled and it lands on the blood that's already there. So that's when she delivers this shot to him, somebody that's already dead. So she's killed him 3 times over. Is that enough premeditation? Even though she's had all of this planning already, this was a very directed attack. And then she goes about the business of cleaning up. One of the most interesting things about the cleanup that she did is that, she knows about cameras. She knows what to do with cameras, according to her. And one of the things that she knows what to do with them is delete photographs. And she's able to look at all of the photographs that are on this camera. Let's assume, for example, that they've already deleted the ones involving the sex. This one right here, the inadvertent photographs, exhibit 162, for example, had to be deleted after he was dead. There's no way there is no time travel here, because that's really what they want you to believe. After this happened, she located the camera. And he's not carrying the camera as he's trying to survive. He couldn't care less about that camera as he's standing over the sink. So what does he do? He just tries to get away. So the camera getting there means that she is the person that was holding onto the camera and carried it to that location. Then, after she shoots him, she goes back, places him in the shower. At some point, either after shooting him at the sink or after placing him in the shower, at some point, she's still thinking. Because remember how much she has planned before. I got to get rid of this evidence. I got to delete this. What does she do? She deletes only certain images. It's not like all of the images are deleted. This shows somebody who is thinking, oh, I don't want to delete the one of his dog or this other one. I'll delete the only ones that hurt me. And that is directed behavior by somebody who claims to have dissociative amnesia. Dissociative amnesia, you heard what the definition of that was. Or is it a fog? Even the San Franciscan fog, if such a thing existed, wouldn't be so cloudy to account for this kind of behavior. There is no fog that someone can tell you about that hasn't lifted to allow for this. And so she cleans that up. She has that, and she cleans that up. The other thing that we know is that she takes the camera at some point from that area there. And again, what's important about that, yes, it's important where it was found, and yes, it's important that it was found in the washer. What was actually more important to show that she was thinking is that there are no steps leading from the bedroom down to the area where the camera was found that are bloody in nature or red, which means that she was cleaning herself up. Because if you're going to be walking around there, you by necessity are going to get it in your socks because that's what she's wearing. She would have had to get it on her socks. And if she's into this horrific hysterical state, she would have ran down and thrown it down there. But what she did is she cleaned herself up first. The police did not, and you looked at all the stairs, did not find anything that showed that there was any activity other than up in the bedroom, which means she cleaned up. She took her socks off and then maybe put her shoes on or maybe put different socks on. But definitely the item that she was wearing was taken off before that camera was taken downstairs and put in the washing machine. And it was put in the washing machine and put through a cycle. Oh, there's this big indication, or there's an indication she could have taken it with her. So what does that mean? It just means it's an alternative. But she has done so much already. Other things that she has done, according to her, is there was this glass underneath the sink area. And that's the glass that's found on top of Mr. Alexander after she cleaned him up, after she cleaned him up in the shower. We don't know if the glass was an afterthought or if it was used to actually clean him, but actually shows that she went to the sink, approached his body, and dropped it on top of him. But she cleaned him up, wanted to wash away anything or any contact or anything that would show her being there. Again, we're told about what DNA is and how it's left behind. But if somebody washes it away, it's just not going to be there. And that's another step that she took in staging this scene. She washed away all of her DNA from him. Could have turned on, we don't know if she turned on the shower. We don't know if she used the glass, but we do know that she cleaned up. And it isn't because she loved Mr. Alexander that she cleaned him up. Oh, it isn't that she wanted him to look good, even though he, with all due respect, he looked a little bit crunched up there. It wasn't that. The net effect of what she did is to destroy any of her DNA. She washed it off. That's what people do when they want things that, such as items off their hands, they wash out. And that's what she did. And then we don't know what was in the middle of the bathroom that was causing her concern. But we know that she focused in on the bathroom area as well as near the closet. Again, we don't know exactly what was there. Perhaps that's where she dropped the knife and she needed to clean the knife there because we know that the knife was cleaned. We know that the knife was not left behind. So again, there's this directed behavior with regard to the knife. Had the knife been dripping blood, and remember, she had just stuck it into his neck. Had that been happening, and had she been in this hysterical sort of mood that she wants you to believe, it's fair to say that that knife would have been bloody. She would have dropped blood along the way. No, she carried it out. She wants you to believe that she may have carried it down to the dishwasher. If she did carry it down to the dishwasher, which the state disputes, but we can use that for demonstrative purposes to show that knife, if it was carried downstairs, either had to be cleaned up upstairs or wrapped in something like a towel, which shows, again, directed behavior, so that no blood got on any of the stairs. Didn't get anywhere else. So if she says, which is what she said, that sort of alluded to, that maybe that's what she did with the knife because no knife was found up there, and we do know that a knife was used in this attack. If she did that, She did something with the knife. She either cleaned it, stuck it in her purse, or according to her, even if you put it in the dishwasher, but you can't be sure about that, the behavior before the movement of the knife shows that she was thinking this whole thing through. If you step back and you say, was she thinking at the time? Well, she was thinking of staging the scene, cleaning it. That's what she was doing. She cleaned the body of any DNA. She cleaned the area where it appears some of the attack occurred. The other implement, the knife, that was cleaned because it wasn't found or dripping anywhere. The gun, well, it was taken. The clothing that she had on her, specifically the footwear that you see in Exhibit 162, that wasn't found anywhere. There was no bloody spots anywhere. And even the towels that were upstairs, if you remember, there was one towel missing from the set, was taken down and placed inside of the washing machine, and the cycle was run. It appears that the cycle was run with Clorox. And what's significant about that is that, yes, it's significant that Clorox was used, but what's also significant about it is that the hands were clean at the time the Clorox was grabbed, because otherwise you would have seen the handle with blood on it, you would have seen blood all over the washer. You didn't see that. She had already cleaned up upstairs, and she was cleaning up because she did not want to get caught. And it was actually, as plans go, pretty good, except for the photographs. So she's now staged the scene. She's now cleaned up. There has been days of premeditation, but if you just take the scene itself, and we will discuss the jury instruction that tells you that it just requires a space of time. And killing somebody 3 times over has built into it a space of time, irrespective of which event you think happened first or happened last. It's the state's position that the stabbing happened first because of the forensic evidence and the blood spatter evidence that's upstairs. Either way, she killed him 3 times over. She stabbed him in the heart. He would die from that. Certainly the throat was immediately fatal, and the gunshot would also have been fatal. So there is this premeditation aspect. And so she staged the scene at that point. Then she did some other things that were equally as interesting. And by interesting, I mean demonstrative of how well she was thinking at the time. She claims that she was in this sort of foggy state. She wasn't in such a foggy state that she couldn't put the license plate back on the car that she was driving on the back. She was in a hurry and put it on upside down, but she had already taken it off before and remembered to put it back on, such that she drove all the way to Utah that way and was stopped in West Jordan, Utah. So yeah, she was thinking there. She wasn't driving without a license plate, because police officers would have stopped you quicker without a license plate than one upside down. So thinking there. The other thing is she packed up the clothing that she was wearing. It was bloody. The socks included. Packed all of that up and took them with her. Cameras, her purse, the gun, all of that. She was cleaning it up, staging it up for the police, so that when the police went up there, they wouldn't even know what was going on. Got in the car, did all the cleaning, and was sure and careful not to get it anywhere other than the bathroom. Walked out, and on that hot summer June 4th, got into the car, left Napoleon behind, and started to drive away after putting the license plate on the car. And according to her, at some point, filling up with gas from the gas can. If you're in such a fog, how can you even remember that you have gas cans? How can you possibly even remember that you have a gas can if you've never done it before? And she, according to her, this is not something that she did on the usual basis.
Objection.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the evidence.
And away she goes down the road until, according to her, she stops on the side of the road, starts calling Ryan, and continues her lies. Starts calling Ryan and gave a story about where she had been. She lied to him. She wanted to continue that, speaking with him because he could potentially say, well, no, she was with me. She was somebody that was with me at the time. So again, she's continuing to stage the scene for the police. What else does she do? If she didn't think that she had killed him, then why is it that she's calling and leaving a voice note message as soon as she possibly can? Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop. If she was really in the state of fogginess, you would have heard some mumbling, or she would have been able to work the prompts on the phone. But she was able, according to her, keep going back and try to do the message. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many times did she say? Many, many times. She said she tried to do that. That shows some clarity of thought. And of course, though, she wants you to believe that there was no clarity of thought. She wants to manipulate you, wants to continue to lie. Why send an email? If you really didn't know what had happened, why send an email? Why not call the police? And why continue on your journey to make it seem normal? Why continue to make it seem normal? As if nothing had happened. The reason that you do that is because you had it planned. Ryan Burns was nothing more than her alibi. She showed, maybe he was a little bit more because of the interest that she showed. But she calls him up, makes up this story about where the cell phone has been, and continues on to Utah. into his waiting arms. Gosh, you could almost hear the violins making their sound. And she goes up to him, gives him that first kiss. Isn't that romantic? And then later on, as they kiss passionately after going out, and she adjusts him, whatever that may mean, although according to her, he's full of crap. Anybody that doesn't agree with her, oh, they're full of crap. Those are her words from the witness stand. He's wrong. And he's not telling the truth according to her. He doesn't have anything to gain. But he does tell you that, yes, they were involved, and they were involved in a sexual fashion when she gets up there. What a wonderful reunion, what a wonderful time it must have been for her. And so then there's this talk that she has with her friend Leslie JODI. And she begins to talk about the future with Mr. Alexander in it. How this Mr. Alexander that is going to be with her in the future after he's married and he has kids, she's married, she has kids, their children are going to play together. Absolutely staging the scene again, continually staging the scene so that if the police start making inquiries, guess what? Well, she didn't know he was dead. Boy, she was just normal with me, Mr. Burns would say. And with Leslie JODI, oh, she was talking about the future. Again, she's just staging the scene after what she has done. At the restaurant that they go to, there's this talk about her hands. And she, again, makes up a story as to how she got the injury to her hand, even though it's from the knife slipping as she was knifing Mr. Alexander to death. And then afterwards, her friend, Dan Freeman, calling her on the telephone and telling her, oh, his body has been found. And she crying and calls the bishop, trying to determine whether or not he was alive. What an absolute facade. She's creating a wall of excuses, a wall of absolute, what appears to be impenetrable might, so that no one can assail her. No one can say that she had anything to do with this, because she's acting the part. And she's lying. She's making it all up. She has lied to everybody, and she has staged the scene. She staged the scene of the murder. And then she came into court, and during these proceedings, has staged her defense. And she staged her defense by lies. And the lies that she told were to a number of people and to various groups of people. First of all, let's start with you. Perhaps it may be that in court, because of the admonition and standing in front of the clerk, that somehow that would bring out the truth, because after all, this is a truth-finding sort of proceeding. Well, let's start with some of the examples that we can talk about that we know that she lied to you about. This issue about the gas cans, absolutely, without a shadow of doubt, she's a liar. And she's a liar about, number one, that she returned it to Walmart. And she's a liar about the fact that she didn't have them with her in Salt Lake City. It's just a lie. And the reason she's lying is that explains why there are no receipts here in Arizona. And that also goes to premeditation. She planned to come and kill Mr. Alexander with that .25 caliber and that night from May 28th on. That's what the evidence shows. One of the things that you can say to yourself, well, you don't have any direct evidence of that. That's true. We have circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is a fact that you can deduce from looking at the circumstances as opposed to direct evidence, which is visual or hearing, kind of sensory kind of evidence. The best example that I can give you about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence and how it applies in this particular case is that if you are at a beach, it doesn't matter what beach it is, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, and you're there by yourself, and you're standing there, you're watching the waves come in. As you stand there from your left, somebody walks by, and then goes to your right. A minute or so later, somebody else comes to you and says, has there anybody else been on this beach? And you can say, sure, I just saw him walk by. That's direct evidence. Well, contrast that with circumstantial evidence. You are at the same beach. You have not seen anybody go by. You have not seen any fingerprints. You haven't seen anything. And you decide that it's a nice day and you're going to close your eyes. You have your Wayfarer sunglasses on. You have your towel out. You're going to lay down and you close your eyes for exactly, let's say, a minute. And before you closed your eyes, you notice that there were no footprints here, no footprints in front of you, and no footprints there. And the ocean's not coming up to you. Close your eyes and you wake up. And when you, for those 45 seconds or so, and then you look. And to your left is a set of human footprints. You see it goes right in front of you, and then it goes by. You didn't hear anything, you didn't see anything. Somebody else comes up to you, or the same person comes up to you and says, has there been anybody here at the beach? You didn't see anybody and you didn't hear anybody, but you can say yes. And the reason that you can say yes is because of the footprints that you saw after you woke up. And the same thing here. There are many footprints to this premeditation aspect. One of the footprints that we have is up in Wairika, California, after the May 26th, 2008 argument where he tells her, you're the worst thing that ever happened to me. Then you have her stealing the gun, or the gun is stolen, and it's a .25 caliber that's actually found at the scene. After that, you have her borrowing some gas cans. And then you have her lying about those gas cans. And then you have her lying about the license plate. And you have her turning off her phone so that she can't be found in Arizona. And then you have the photographs, and you have the rest of the evidence in this case. She premeditated the murder in this case. The other thing that we need to talk about in terms of what she told you that is not true is why she rented the car in Redding. She said, oh, that's the place that Priceline would give her the best deal. But you saw the receipts, not the receipts, but the statement from Washington Mutual that indicated that, hey, she paid directly to budget. So that wasn't a Priceline thing. She looked at each and every one of you, and that's what she told you. Well, that's because, of course, she's innocent, and you as the jury are not going to convict her, right? The other thing that she talked to you about was this injury to her finger. She said that she showed you the finger and she demonstrated it to you. And she said that Mr. Alexander had been the person that actually had done that to her. Well, if you remember during cross-examination, when she was being asked about what happened in her killing of Mr. Alexander, the question was, well, you really didn't get any injuries. I mean, aside from the injury to the head, do you remember? That's all that you got there. And then she said, oh no, I also got the injury to my finger. Do you remember her saying that? In a moment of candor, in a moment when she wasn't quite expecting it, she said, yes, that's when it happened. Yet then she turns around and says later, no, that's not how I got it. I got it working for Casa Ramos, Margaritaville. I got it at his house. Who knows? But she looked at you straight in the face about an event that occurred at the time of the killing. And she looked you in the face, every single one of you, after taking the oath, and lied to you. Maybe this law of attraction, maybe something else, maybe that will explain it, or maybe her experts will explain these three areas that you know were made up. She just made them up to you. And why did she make them up? Because although she says no jury will convict her, it's because she's attempting to get you or manipulating you to get to that particular point. One of the other things that perhaps we need to look at or talk about is their experts. And with regard to their experts, with regard to the defense that's presented, one of the things that perhaps you can sort of allude to and maybe make reference to when you're looking at this particular defense is by reference to Elizabeth Barrett Browning in a sonnet, where she indicated that, and again, it's just a reference to it, how do I love thee? Let me count the lies. It's a little bit of a reference to it, but that's not exactly what she said. But really, how do I love thee? Let me count the lies. Well, we've counted 3 so far that in this court, looking at each of you, she said, what else can we look at? Well, perhaps we can look at the motivation, or perhaps we can look at people that have testified on her behalf, and maybe we can understand what's going on. We can talk, for example, about Alice Laviolette. She's the person who has a master's, who came in and has been doing this for a long time. And one of the things that Alice Laviolette has, and she has an extensive CV or resume, is one of the things she hasn't included in there is that she is also a liar. That is just the bottom line. She came in here and she told you in response to one of your questions about whether or not she had ever testified on behalf of a male in court. And she said 1 or 2 times. Remember that? And when she was pressed by the prosecutor during cross-examination, well, who are they? Couldn't give me the name. Give me a name. Go ahead, give me a name. Pressed even further, she said, well, I didn't testify. I actually wrote a report. She wanted to make herself more than she really was. She also talked about being a keynote speaker, where was Snow White a battered woman? She indicated that she was one of the keynote speakers there at one of those conferences, and she wasn't. Her CV indicated that she was on the plenary panel, which is just part of people that go there, and she made a presentation to a smaller group. And just as importantly with regard to lying and Alice Laviolette, she indicated and tried to justify the defendant's lies for you so that you wouldn't think that they were so bad. She kept saying, well, she lied before, but not afterwards. And we got into this conversation about lying, and Alice Laviolette said, well, you know, there's such things as white lies. Those are okay. See, you don't understand. For her and for the defendant, white lies, they're okay. And if it's to her benefit to say that something is a white lie, she will say that it is a white lie. And in this case, everything that's negative towards the defendant, and it is untruthful, well, that's just a white lie, according to Alice Laviolette. And to her, that's okay. Probably it's okay to Alice Laviolette because she herself wasn't truthful to you. It's one thing to be mistaken in a report. It's another thing to look at you as an expert because they're trying to provide guidance and say, yes, I have testified on behalf of men before, and then going back and saying, no, that's not true. But maybe that's a guide to the defendant. Maybe that's something that she, of course, believes, maybe that's something that buttresses the defendant's case, and Alice Laviolette believes that that's something that she should do. But what that indicates is that she's nothing more than an advocate. When you begin lying on behalf of the person that you evaluated, when you begin to visit them, when you begin to give them books, when you're with them for 44 hours, that line was crossed. Anything Alice Laviolette said is contaminated. It is foul. It is not something that you should consider, because how much credibility can you give her if she came up here and in advocating that position, she lied to you? Absolutely no worth at all. And then you have Dr. Richard Samuels. And one of the things about Dr. Samuels was that, in the issue involving lying, is one of the things that he did is that he had trouble with regard to this scoring and rescoring. And there were some issues as to really what the motivation was for the rescoring. Dr. Janine DeMarte indicated that, well, there's no reason to be rescoring something 3 times unless you perhaps want to change the scores. Or with regard to the MCMI, there's no reason to submit it twice unless perhaps you might want to change the score. But one of the things that we do know about Dr. Samuels is that he gave the PDS test. And there is no doubt as to that test that the defendant lied. The defendant made it up. There is no truth to the fact that on question 14, number 4, that whatever seminal event that they're talking about, there was never any indication whatsoever that there was a guy and a girl that came in and killed Mr. Alexander. But he based his test on that. And the defense and the questions may be asked about whether or not it involved attack on a tiger, or if it involved the attack on a bear, or if it involved a gopher. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that it's a lie. Let's say that somebody goes to the doctor, and they go to the doctor and they're talking about some sort of pain that they have. And if they start lying about the pain, isn't the treatment going to be affected by it? How good is the workup going to be if the seminal event that you're there for is a lie? Oh yeah, you can say she suffered trauma. Okay, let's assume that you can go that far and say the PDS does show that she suffered trauma. Well, which trauma are we talking about? Is it the bear? Is it the tiger? Is it the gopher? Or, in our case, is it the trauma of lying about killing Mr. Alexander? Is that what we're talking about? Or is it the killing of Mr. Alexander that we're talking about? Or, as the other expert, Cheryl Karp, found, was it the trauma of this non-existent domestic violence? The problem is that when you start lying and the experts get involved and they start basing their test on a lie, how valid can the results be? For example, Cheryl Karp found that, yes, she believed it was post-traumatic stress disorder based on many, many events of domestic violence. Yet there are only 4 that were presented to you and never linked to post-traumatic stress disorder. Then there's this test, that PDS, that was taken, and according to Dr. Samuels, he said, you know what? I probably should have re-administered it. In a moment of candor, he said that. And yet he then reversed his position and changed it. But again, what do we have here? Another lie by the defendant. Not only to Dr. Samuels, but also to Dr. Karp or Janine DeMarte. Dr. Janine DeMarte. Either one. You can't have a lot of domestic violence or a little bit of domestic violence. So you have that issue that is sort of floating out there with regard to the experts. The other area that the defendant lied about was the police. Detective Ford? Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Please be back at 3 o'clock. 15 minutes. You are excused. Please remember the admonition.
Please stand for the hearing.
We are in recess.
That was going on with regard to what she told the police officer, or maybe there was some minimization that was going on. In terms of exaggeration, one of the points that needs to be made is that Robert Geffner, who was here yesterday talking to you, and said, well, exaggeration really isn't a lie. Well, it is, because it's not the truth. And so some of the things that the defendant told the police officers, somebody may say, well, no, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, maybe it isn't. But at the time that she spoke to the police officers, it had been sometime, it was July 15th of 2008 when she was arrested, it had been over a month since she had killed Mr. Alexander. And during that time, she had had time to think about what was going to happen if she spoke to the police. And so it's important from the aspect of somebody who's thinking about it, somebody who is planning. It shows that this individual had the forethought to have a story ready when the police officer came to her. And this individual is of such strong will that even in the face of what the police officer was talking to her about, she would actually not budge initially when she was spoken to by the police officer. For example, one of the things that she was asked on the first interview, well, isn't it true that you were there? She kept saying, no, I wasn't even there. How could I have possibly done this if I wasn't even there? And then she was asked, well, isn't it true that your fingerprint or your palm, it was actually a palm print, but the fingerprint, isn't it true that the fingerprint and blood was there? And she said, well, of course it's there. I've been there all this time. And so it shows you the adaptability and how nimble this individual is, such that when she gets in any situation, whether it be involving Mr. Alexander or here in court, this individual is quick thinking and is good on her feet. And so that when she's talking to you on cross-examination and you get those answers are designed to manipulate. And so that's why those statements to the police are important, because they show how she can attempt to manipulate things and is able to say whatever fits the story at the time. So initially, when the police came to her, when Detective Flores came to her and asked her, well, this is what we have, let's talk about it. She denied everything. And she kept saying, let me see the photographs. I want to see the photographs. The reason she wanted to see the photographs is because she wanted to conform her story to what the police knew or what she thought the police knew. And in fact, in other conversations, during the telephone conversations, they discussed it. And that just shows you this type of individual that can adapt, if you will, as she's going along with the interview with the police officer. And in asking to see the photographs, it's interesting that she asks that. And the only reason that I mention it is because previously, when I was showing the photographs of the killing of Mr. Alexander, we had the defendant crying. Well, why did you want to see the photographs when the police officer was there? You knew what had happened, and yet she's still asking to see it. Again, it's just another form of manipulation to have you feel some sympathy for her as she sits there with the red nose, face down, apparently crying. But yet she asks the police officer, can I take a look at these photographs? Police officer, of course, did not show her the photograph. So the first story on July 15th wasn't even there. Then has overnight to think about it, and on July 16th, changes it to something else, because it'll make much more sense. Because now she knows a little bit about what they have there. She wants to now be able to say that she was there. But what does she do? She says, not just that she was there, but she makes herself a hero, just switching it up. Not only does she say that she was there, but she makes herself the hero in the sense that she pushes the woman down and has the gun pointed to her head, and by luck is not killed, but she's able to push people aside, and then she wraps it up by saying, but I wish I could have stayed there. I should have fought more. I did fight, but I should have fought more. And then away I went. Again, trying to paint herself, not only that she was there, but again, that she was this hero, attempting to not only tell a different story, but to manipulate that story to make her look better. Years go by, and then we have the story that we have now. This nonstop litany of lies by the defendant just does not stop. She has lied to various groups of people. She has lied, as we said, to you. She has lied to the medical health care professionals. She's lied to the police, and she's even lied to the media, something that she has craved. This individual here craves the media, loves the media, went on national television to talk about this. And what did she do? Not only did she lie to them, but she made herself seem like such a calm person. I wouldn't do that. Didn't tell any of the things that we see here today. And of course, it's not a confessional when you go there, but it is demonstrative of the fact that she's a chameleon, and she'll adjust to the situation and make up whatever stories are appropriate for her at the time, whether it be the media or somebody else. The same can be said is true about her friends, the people that she has, the friendships that she has. She lies to them, and she does things that almost make you step back and say, what could you possibly gain by that? When, for example, she talks to Leslie JODI and makes up this thing about her kids and Mr. Alexander's kids playing together. She didn't have to go that far. The point I'm trying to make is that these lies are lies, but then she goes even further with them just to sell them, to manipulate the person into thinking that they're actually true. For example, with Leslie JODI, you could have just said, oh yeah, I speak to Travis every now and then, but then she adds, oh, but I want our kids to play together. When Dan Freeman called her, well, she didn't have to, after he called her and said, I don't know, what happened, but Travis is dead. She didn't have to then go and talk to the bishop. She does these things because she's such an ornate liar. It just has to add the extras to it to really sell it. And that's what she did for you for all of those times all of those days that she testified to you. And the reason that I bring that up, this ornate storytelling is because it applies to her defense and her defense really is based on lies. It really is. And if you can say, for example, she presented it as if it was in self-defense, but not only did she present it as if it were in self-defense, she added some ornate lies to it. For example, one of the things that she added was this physical violence that supposedly Mr. Alexander inflicted upon her. But she doesn't just say that he inflicted these 4 incidents of violence. She goes into great detail about it. For example, she talks about the one in August of 2007 where he goes upstairs and he's banging his head up against the wall, just very flowery, very out there, because then she's again the center of attention. She's being the calm one. She's being the person that is the individual that you would look to for the answers. It's not just the lies. She's a very good liar, but she, on top of that, is a very sophisticated liar in the sense that she adds these extra elements to it. And she did that with regard to the acts of domestic violence. And they are lies. If we are to look at her journals and sit back and take a look at what she writes, those journals tell you that there were no acts of domestic violence. Have you been given any reason whatsoever other than this law of attraction and other than another Alice Laviolette, somebody who has trouble with the truth, other than that, vouching for them, do you have any reason that what is being written there? Do you have anything that the defendant has said that has corroborated in terms of the domestic violence? You have the journal entries indicating that they did not happen. You have friends indicating that they never saw it. You don't have any medical reports, any police reports. You don't have anything. And as we get talking about these, there are lies, and then there are monumental, huge lies. And she made this up because that fit her defense. And one of the other things that she did with regard to this is that not only did she make up this lie for her defense, the other thing that she did is that she created a lie that really involves behavior that is a hot button kind of topic. How horrific it is to be accused falsely of being a pedophile. He's not here. He's not here to say, no, that's not true. She can say to Alice Laviolette that it was on the computer images, but then Alice Laviolette comes in and says, no, that's not what she told me. But remember, Alice Laviolette has a problem with the truth. And so Snake goes to the computer and doesn't find anything there. Oh, no, I changed my mind. It was actually images that were like this. How does one defend that when there are no images there? The police looked through the attic. The police looked everywhere. How absolutely hateful that allegation is, and how absolutely extensive she was with it. But remember I said that she went a little too far with these lies? First of all, her journal indicates that there wasn't such an event. Second of all, the text messages also indicate the same thing. And what human being, if that is the allegation, if they really are caring, what human being doesn't go to the police and say, or somebody else, this person is a pedophile? For her, instead what she does is she says, no. And she talks about all these phone calls going back and forth, and that also doesn't match. What she does, well, it's the new approach. It's the new approach to pedophilia. What does she do? Well, let's jump in the sack. That's what we're going to do. At least that's what she tells you now. But with regard to Alice Laviolette, no, she didn't. She can't even keep that together. If that is the truth, and if that is what happened, wouldn't you expect that her journal, if she had it, if she didn't write about it, at least wouldn't have said that nothing noteworthy has happened? She has gone too far, at least with regard to that particular allegation. And at least in this allegation, it is fortunate that the police did have Mr. Alexander's laptop, and there weren't any images of children on it, none whatsoever. They checked throughout the house. There was nothing inside of the house that indicated anything like that. There weren't any photographs. There wasn't anything. And so this allegation of hers, whether it was on the computer or whether it was in photograph form, just went a little bit too far. These lies to take from Mr. Alexander, the only thing that he has left, his reputation, it's just a little bit too much to, in light of what we know, in light of what she says, it's just too much even in this particular case. It is a hateful allegation with nothing to support it. But can you imagine what goes through somebody's head when they hear it for the first time? That person does not deserve justice. That person doesn't deserve anything because of what he did. It's so easy for her to make these allegations. It's so easy for her to get on the witness stand, as you've seen, and lie. And this is really the pinnacle. It doesn't get any higher or worse or lower, whatever way you want to look at it, than that. Well, how do you judge that allegation? Well, the judge has. How do you judge these sorts of allegations? Well, just like everything in this case, there are rules. And those rules are the jury instructions, such as the ones that have been read to you today. And one jury instruction particularly deals with this aspect. It's the credibility of witnesses instruction. I know the judge has read it, but because it's so important, it is worth my referencing it because it directly relates to the two primary allegations in this case, that of physical abuse and the fact that Mr. Alexander was interested in little boys and girls, according to her. It tells you that in deciding the facts of this case, you should consider what testimony to accept and what to reject. What it's telling you there is that you ultimately decide whether or not this person here, who is the epitome of a liar, whether this individual, what you're going to accept or reject what she tells you. Are you going to pick and choose some things of what she says and then accept some other things? How is it that you can know with any certainty whatsoever whether or not she's telling the truth about anything? It says you may accept everything a witness says, or part of it, or none of it. The state submits to you that you are, based on what you've seen, based on what you've heard, and based on the testimony of others, you should accept none of it. It doesn't mean that the 18 days that she was on the witness stand are wasted. No. What that means is that you're finally able to see this individual in the light of day. You're able to see how she reacts. You're able to see that when push comes to shove, she'll look each and every one of you in the eye and lie. Doesn't matter where. And this instruction then goes on and says, in evaluating testimony, you should use the tests for truthfulness that people use in determining matters of importance in everyday life. Important matters. What kind of matters would those be? Medical care. Would you, anybody, not you, but anybody, go to a doctor who has lied to them consistently about major aspects of their life? No, people would not go to a doctor who lies to them. And the factors that you are to consider are the witness's ability to see or hear or know things the witness testified to. If we're talking about the defendant, she was there. She knows. The quality of the witness's memory. The quality of her memory is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Down to follicles of hair. Unless it hurts her. Then the fog rolls in her. Then there's an excuse. Then there's a reason why she doesn't remember. She has an incredible memory, all right, when it comes to lying. And the witness's manner while testifying, how it was that she testified, how it was that the defendant testified. Well, you saw her at times attempt to cry. You saw her at times get angry. You saw her at other times just sullenly stand there. And you saw her at times when the questions were getting difficult, snap out and try to somehow make the person that was asking the questions the villain, saying, well, you're scrambling my brain. It's not my fault. Again, it's not my fault. It's the fact that you're asking me these questions, just like Travis. That's exactly what's going on here. So that's not my fault that I keep lying here on the witness stand. It's yours. Because of the way you're asking me the questions, the fact that you're raising your voice, that's whose fault it is. And that's why I can snap at you from the witness stand. I can smirk at you from the witness stand and look knowingly towards the jury, because it's not her fault. It's the person who's asking the question. Whether or not the witness had a motive, bias, or prejudice, if there is any witness in this case who had a motive to lie, it's this defendant. She's the person that's charged. All of the other witnesses that came here, some of them had a motive. For example, Alice Laviolette, she had a motive to lie. I mean, maybe perhaps it was her reputation that she was interested in, or things like that. All the other individuals, for example, Ryan Burns, why would he want to lie about anything? He lives in Utah. He just met her at one time. There's no reason to believe that he was going to be making these things up. Amanda Webb, why would she want to come in here after all the work that she's done and make things up? The only person with a motive is the defendant. So when evaluating her testimony, that's something that you need to consider. When it's to her benefit, she's going to lie. Whether the witness, the defendant, was contradicted by anything the witness said or wrote before trial. Well, she wrote, for example, in terms of these two allegations involving the pedophilia and involving the domestic violence, that they didn't happen. Additionally, she never told anybody. And the reports out there, if there aren't any reports that would corroborate what she said. So in terms of the pedophilia, well, she says it was on the computer. Well, the computer doesn't show that. And they even went back and looked, and traced and looked everywhere. The house, there was no implements, if you will, or anything associated with that kind of conduct. And so in this case, nothing supports what the defendant said. And then you're asked to take a look at the reasonableness of her testimony in light of the other evidence. In order for her to prevail in this case, in order for you to believe her, because it actually comes down to whether or not you believe her. If you believe her, then certainly you can apply the jury instructions. But it comes down to whether or not you believe her. The other evidence, all of the other evidence that's out there contradicts her. So you have to go against all of the evidence that's out there, turn your back on all of that, and say, I believe her, therefore I'm going to find in her favor. The state submits to you that, in light of everything, that's not something that you should do. So what standard do you apply? Well, the standard that you apply is the burden of proof instruction, which tells you proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of a defendant's guilt. Firmly convinced is the term. It's not any of the other terms that you may have heard anywhere else in life. It's just firmly convinced. And it does tell you there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. So absolute certainty is not required. And it does say that criminal law, that the law does not require proof that overcomes every doubt. That's not what we're talking about here. You just need to be firmly convinced. If, based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find her guilty. That's how it reads, and that's the procedure that you indicated that you would follow should you be chosen to go back there to resolve this case. Once you make that inquiry, and once you find the defendant guilty, that's the end of the inquiry. The other language that falls after that involves you finding reasonable doubt. But if you find, based on your consideration of the evidence, that you are firmly convinced, that's the end of the inquiry. You don't need to go any further. And there is only one charge in this case. And the charge is first-degree murder. And first-degree murder can be committed in one of two ways. Obviously, you notice that there is not two charges of first-degree murder, there is only one. But there are different ways in which these can be committed. First is premeditated murder, or second is felony murder. With regard to felony murder, with regard to premeditated murder, there are lesser included offenses, as the jury instructions have told you. There are other offenses, not necessarily lesser, but other offenses that are involved. With regard to felony murder, there are no lesser included offenses. So for example, if you are considering felony murder, there are no other offenses that are to be considered. The only issue with regard to felony murder is whether or not in the course of a felony, she killed him. That's basically what the law says. And if you find that, that's the end of the inquiry. You don't consider lesser included offenses. Premeditated murder does have these lesser offenses. But in terms of the tabulation that takes place at the end, for example, 9 of you could find that this was premeditated murder, 3 of you could find that this was felony murder, and it's still first-degree murder. You do not have to be unanimous as to the theory involving the murder. Or you could be 6 and 6, or it could be 12 for premeditated murder and 12 for felony murder. It's still only one charge. You do not have to be unanimous as to the theory of the crime. And let's talk about premeditated murder. Well, it requires that it be proven that the defendant caused the death of another person. Well, exhibit number 207, he's dead. That element is proven. Well, the defendant intended or knew that she would cause the death of another person. That's also proven. One of the things that we know in this particular case is that, amongst other things, she slit his throat, she stabbed him in the heart, and we also know that she shot him. There are 3 different ways that she killed him. So did she intend? Sure. Did she know? Absolutely knew. Remember, I was talking about how directed it was to the throat. If you do that, then you know, anybody knows, that if you do that to the neck, you're going to kill somebody. So she had both intended it or knew. In other words, it could be either or. In this case, she knew and also intended it based on what we see in this particular case. So those elements are satisfied in this case. There is no doubt about that those 2 elements are satisfied. Now, the issue is whether or not she acted with premeditation. And premeditation means that A defendant intended to kill another human being, and then there's the disjunctive or knew. It doesn't say the defendant intended to kill another human being, and then it stops. It says intended to kill another human being or knew she would kill another human being. That is the element that's above in number 2. She knew that she was going to kill him. There's 3 different ways that she killed him. One of those 3 satisfies this, knew she would cause the death of another person. And after forming that knowledge, after knowing that she was going to kill him, because it talks about intending or knowledge, after knowing, after forming that intent or knowledge, reflected on the decision before killing. And the key here is, what is reflection? What does that mean? And it defines it for you. It tells you that it is this reflection regardless of the length of time in which it occurs. That distinguishes first-degree murder from second-degree murder. What that is telling you is that you don't have to have a month of thinking about it or knowing about it. You don't have to have a week between the thinking and knowing and the killing. You don't even have to have a day between the thinking and the knowing. You just have to have a length of time.
Y'all, I just can't take it anymore. I really just can't take it anymore. He has already laid out what the prosecution believes happened from the minute JODI ARIAS left Wairika, rented the car, got the gas cans, went to Arizona, murdered, butchered, killed Travis 3 times over, left to go to her boo thing and have, I don't know, playtime with him for an alibi, and then headed back to California. Listen, we heard it all. We all know what premeditated murder is. We're not the ones on the jury, so we don't need to know how we're supposed to vote. It is what it is, and we have no say, and it's already done. So we're just not going to keep listening to this. As much as I love Juan, I think he's a beast in this trial, and he is my boo thing in this trial. I'm going to tell you that right now. So we're going to go ahead. He's only got like 3 minutes left of this, but I can't hear another word about what murder 1, murder 2, murder 3 means. I just can't listen to not another word. So we are rage quitting right here on Juan, and we're going straight over to Kirk Nurmi, the defense, and I'm going to put it on. We're going to listen to it as fast as we can. We are only going to listen to the part again that the defense is laying out, how this went about and what her defense is going to be. And then we're not going to listen to instructions to the jury because we're not the jury, and fuck it. I'm rage quitting. I can't believe I never do this, but I'm sitting here going, I want to shake my screen, and I've had enough. Now, this happens to me because I'm burning the candle at both ends. And so I'm doing daytime lives and I'm doing the nighttime lives, and I'm not sleeping as much as I should. I look at my floors. They need to be cleaned. I've got laundry to do, and I'm here listening to Juan Martinez tell the jury on, give them the definitions of what all the counts mean. We're going to move along. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. All right, let's get rid of. Bye, Juan. It's good seeing you, my man. You did a hell of a job. Y'all probably hear my dogs in the background. They're playing. So let's pull up the defense's closing statements. I mean, why does it have to be so damn long? For the love of God, give me the click notes and let's go. All right. All right. But I do want to say this on behalf of Nurmi, because Nurmi is kind of lackadaisical, as you can see through this trial. He's sitting back going, oh, fuck me. You know what I mean? Listen, to his defense, I'm going to defend Kirk Nurmi. He did not want to continue with this case. He begged the judge to let him off this case because JODI ARIAS would not let him and Jennifer Wilmot, who's the Peggy Bundy chick sitting right there, wouldn't let them defend the case the way that they thought it needed to be. She was writing notes. She said, I want this put in it, this put in it, this put in it. And they're like, they're going to know it's a lie. And she's like, no, they won't. It's going to work. And then they told her, do not get on the stand. He will eat you alive. You don't understand him. And she is the one that demanded to be on the stand. Okay. Let's just tell the truth. So by the time we're at this point, Kirk Nurmi is just like, what the fuck ever. All right, Jodi, I'll say what you want me to say. And so that's where we're at. So if you think, oh, Nurmi, God, like you were a terrible lawyer. No, he's given Jodi exactly what Jodi asked for. And it got her life in prison. So hang out there. Let me make sure that we are on StreamYard right. Let me fix this, make it as big as I can. You guys watch your ears because I cannot control that. Oh, say hello to the judge, Sherry K. Stevens, rocking that 80s hair, y'all. Isn't that a lovely girl? Love it. Go out and give me some Aquanet as well. Slick that shit back like that. There's not even any feather. Let me just stop. See, this is what happens when I get aggravated. I just start making fun of shit. I can't be trusted. I cannot be trusted. Here we go. So if I fast forward it, it's just because we've heard it all before. Oh, doesn't she look lovely? See, now I'm getting all sarcastic and facetious and all this other shit. Peg Bundy's going up there. This is terrible footage. Where'd I get this from? Oh, holy hell. Oh, look at Mamacita. Mamacita has only smiled, you guys, a couple times when her and her sister, her sissy poo, are having little discussions together. I've not seen her shed a tear over Travis, over her daughter, over anything she's heard. I have seen she stayed in the courtroom the whole time, whereas Travis's siblings, we know, got up and walked out when the pictures were being shown. Just sickening behavior. So, maybe the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Jodi's over here writing notes to make sure that her defense is defending her. I mean, if she could have defended herself, she definitely would have. She's got a lot of ego. Remember the statement she made: no jury will ever convict me. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And she saw Nurmi, this big old frumpy orgy looking dude, and she was like, oh yeah, I've got him in my back pocket. And he was like, oh no, bitch, no, I see right through you. All right, here we go. Bring the jurors in. Look at Peg Bundy. What up, Peg? Where's Al? Okay, let me stop. Let me shut the hell up, you guys. I'm a terrible person. Don't do leaning. Okay, hush. Laughing my fucking ass off. Okay, hold on. Let me fix it. Well, then, nobody said anything here that I couldn't figure out why I couldn't make it bigger. That's what he said. But anyways, hold on. I don't know what I did wrong, but something I did was wrong. I guarantee that. Nope, that's not it. All right. Hold on. Share screen.
What happened between what we see in this photograph?
All right, I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit because he is showing photographs, you guys, just to let you know some of this is
And
gonna be
what we see in
graphic.
Exhibit 162.
All right, I'm just gonna do it to there. And if he starts babbling, I'm speeding up, guys.
And because these aspects of the human condition played such a prominent role in this relationship, it makes sense that the evidence that you've heard starting on January 2nd is a tale of fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the other things we told you at the beginning of this trial was that ultimately your job would be to determine one thing. Your job will be to determine what happened. You read some jury instructions yesterday that you were the finder of fact. What happened? What happened in the minutes in time between what we see here and Exhibit 159, June 4th, 2008, 5:29 and 20 seconds. What happened between what we see in this photograph and what we see in Exhibit 162? Mr. Alexander's body being dragged across the bathroom floor at 5:32 and 16 seconds. What happened in those 3 minutes is ultimately what you were to decide. Is this 3 minutes in time? Is this a culmination of a plot, a plan that JODI ARIAS hatched in May of 2008, in which she was going to go from her grandparents' home in Wairika, California, to Travis Alexander's home so she could kill him? Was it what the state said it was yesterday? Was it this plan? Or was it an act of self-defense forced upon Miss ARIAS by the actions of Mr. Alexander? Or was it something else? That is ultimately what your job is to determine. Fear, love, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets will help you understand, I think, what happened in those 3 minutes. And as you begin, and we've seen certainly aspects of fear throughout the course of this trial, right? And we'll talk about that more later, but it occurred to me as I began thinking about talking to you this morning that you may have some fear. You've been listening to evidence for 12 weeks now, more than 12 weeks, since January 2nd. And you may feel, oh, maybe I forgot something. Maybe I didn't understand a crucial piece of evidence. Maybe when I get back to deliberate, my fellow jurors will not feel the same way that I do about this case. They won't see things the same way. Maybe you fear how your verdict will be received.
Objection.
Approach.
Your verdict will be received by those who love Travis Alexander, by those who love JODI ARIAS, or by the world at large. But ladies and gentlemen, as the jury instructions that were read to you yesterday indicate, your job in determining what happened between these 3 minutes in time is to do an objective analysis of the facts and evidence presented to you. You are not to be guided by sympathy or prejudice or fear, but instead by your personal belief. And rest assured, each and every one of you are here because all the parties involved believe that you are the type of people that would have the courage of your convictions to stand by your personal belief against whatever pressures you may feel. Each one of you is entitled to deliver your verdict to this courtroom. You do not have to succumb to the pressure of a fellow juror who may not agree with you. You can have the courage of your conviction to deliver your own verdict. You are to have the courage of conviction to deliver your own verdict based on the evidence you've heard. Nothing more. Nothing more. You are asked to put that fear aside and look at the evidence. At the evidence. And before we talk about the evidence and what this case is about, I think it's important to talk about what this case is not about. It's not about Snow White. It's not even about any of the 7 dwarfs. It's not about bad haircuts, and it's not about the sexual orientation of any of the witnesses. It's not even about whether or not you like JODI ARIAS. 9 days out of 10, I don't like JODI ARIAS. But that,
Sustained. Yes. Is directed to disregard the last statement.
but that doesn't matter. Your liking her or not liking her does not objectively assess the evidence. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's not even about her sitting before the cameras of Inside Edition and saying that no jury will convict her. It's not about that. It's about the evidence. What happened? What happened between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162? Well, I guess you know there's one more thing this case isn't about. Remember we heard that charge of felony murder yesterday in the state making an argument that was incomprehensible? This idea that, well, if you believe Jodi's version of events, she's guilty of felony murder because she went to Travis's home and she decided to steal his gun. And in the course of trying to steal his gun, she shot him. She went there, they had sex, they did all these things. Then she decided she wanted his gun and decided to take it and wanted it so bad that she was willing to kill him. That's the theory of felony murder they have put forward. That shows a little fear, and we'll talk about some of the fear that the state has demonstrated throughout this case. But that's just some of it, right? We also heard this idea that, well, she was unwelcome once she put the weapon upon him and she was there to commit a burglary or another felony. There's no other felony, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing. It's silly. It's fearful. That charge is there out of fear. It makes no sense. Under any scenario, does that make any sense? Either she was there to kill him because the state said, hey, this is a plot that began in May. Either she was there to kill him or it wasn't, or she wasn't. And that's ultimately what we're here to determine. Now, what is this case about? Well, as we just spoke of and just mentioned, yesterday, the state says to you that in May of 2008, JODI ARIAS came up with a plan. Now, they pointed to a couple different days yesterday. Pointed to May 19th, the day that Ms. ARIAS had a conversation with Ms. Housley that she was fearful, or excuse me, that Mr. Alexander was fearful of JODI. Of course, on May 10th, we heard that they had a phone sex conversation. And on May 26th, we heard this conversation, we heard or questions about this conversation in which Mr. Alexander had called Ms. ARIAS a whore, a slut, and a three-hole wonder. And the state theorizes at some point in time here in late May, I guess, JODI ARIAS decides that Travis Alexander, what we heard yesterday was that he had finally decided to end the relationship and she couldn't deal with it. Well, let's start there. Because what you're going to see as it relates to this so-called plan is it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. And the first place it doesn't make any sense is the very premise of why. Now, the state doesn't have to prove motive, but they've come up with this motive so we can discuss it. Why? Because she couldn't live without Travis Alexander, right? She's crazy. She can't break up with any of her boyfriends. She can't let it go. She couldn't live without Travis Alexander. All right, that's the theory. That's the motivation. That's why she starts this plan into action. Except for the fact that, remember, in May of 2008, She had moved back to Wairika, California to get away from Travis Alexander, to get away. She didn't want to be around him anymore. She talked in her journals about how the cloud had lifted, right? These journals that were later argued to be incomplete, and we'll talk about that more later. There's no rules of journaling, but the state has submitted that to you, so we'll discuss it. But point of fact is, she moved away. This girl is supposedly obsessed, moves away. They still talk on the phone, but she moved away. What else is she doing? We heard evidence that she had an account on LDS Lincoln, a Mormon dating site. She was a young Mormon woman in her mid-20s, much like probably a lot of the people on that website, who was looking for someone who shared their philosophical beliefs. Now, the state has tried to cast aspersions on that, but ultimately, a lot of people use these sites, and JODI was using them. She wasn't so locked in on Travis that she wasn't looking for other men. And then we met one of those other guys, right? Ryan Burns. He sat there right before you. She began conversating with him. Phone, text messages, and they had planned to meet. She was interested in moving on, moving past Travis Alexander. So this whole idea to begin with of why this plan was put into place. This plan would have been masterminded, right, in May of 2008. Because for this very reason. The reason doesn't make any sense. Okay. What next doesn't make sense? Well, the state tells you that in order to effectuate this plan she's conjured up to kill Travis Alexander. But once this plan is conjured up, what does she need? She needs a way to shoot him, right? Way to kill him. So the state says she orchestrated a theft of a gun. Now, in Exhibit 325, we see this so-called gun cabinet, this impenetrable force. We also see this in 326, the same gun cabinet. Now, I would say to you, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, that if she wanted a weapon and this is the weapon she wanted, for whatever reason, keep in mind this is a 25 caliber gun, a very weak gun. But if she wanted this weapon, and she was going to leave and go to Mesa on a covert mission with a single-minded purpose to kill Travis Alexander, and that's what we're talking about here, she could have just reached her hand in there the day she was leaving and taken that gun. We never know whether it would be discovered missing or not. There would be no police report. There would be no evidence. Nothing. The other thing is, what we heard is that JODI, when she was in Wairika, she didn't live with her parents, but they were there. And one of the bits of evidence you heard was that JODI's father owned guns that were not registered. She could have got one from Dad. Probably a more powerful gun. But she didn't, right? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you, first of all, why would you stage this burglary? Right, this burglary that the state wants you to believe is so suspicious. Why would she stage this when she could just reach in and get it or get a gun from another source? You know where else she could have got a gun? We heard about Matt McCartney, the friend that wouldn't betray her, as the state tried to portray so much on the cross-examination of JODI ARIAS. He had guns too. She stopped in Monterey, but no, he didn't get a gun there either. Would have been untraced, would have been no sign of it. But under this concocted theory that she orchestrated this theft, she breaks in herself, steals money, a DVD player, and this .22 caliber gun. And it creates a police report and it creates a trail. Would that be a choice? And keep in mind, the state conceded yesterday that JODI ARIAS is a smart woman. Is that behavior consistent with a smart woman who is planning this covert mission? Keep in mind, it's covert, very important. That's what the state said yesterday. Covert mission to go to Mesa, Arizona and kill Travis Alexander. Why would you start a trail? The type of gun, the bullets, everything. It doesn't make any sense. Why would she do that? So now we have two nonsensical propositions. Why she would want to kill Travis Alexander, and how she obtained the weapon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the nonsense kind of continues from there. Because, of course, what else would she need to go on this covert mission to Mesa, Arizona? Well, she needs a way to get to Mesa, Arizona, right? Well, we heard one thing. She owned a car. Could have drove it to Mesa, Arizona. Now, we heard that maybe it wasn't in the best mechanical shape. And as the state could theorize, maybe it would have been recognized. All right? Okay. So she's in Wairika, California. She needs a car. Of course, who's up in Wairika, California again? Her mother, her father, her sister, and her grandparents. All with cars. She could have exchanged cars. She could have come up with some reason. I'm going on a road trip. Can I take your car? None of it. None of those actions would have caused there to be any sort of paper trail, right? You borrow your mom's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. You borrow your dad's car, you go on a long trip, no paper trail. Those people, those same people, mother, father, they also could have rented a car for Jodi Arias, right? Nothing linking it to her, but does she do that? Does this smart woman who's planning this covert mission, does she do that? No, she doesn't. The state theorizes that she didn't rent a car in Wairika, California, and did it instead in Redding, California, because she didn't want to be recognized in Wairika. But she hadn't lived there for years, number one. And number two, Redding, she was with her brother, and at that time, his fiance. So there were witnesses to her being in Redding, California. And the other issue is this choice she made to rent a car at Redding, as if it would somehow be covert that way. No one will recognize me. That's the theory, right? No one will recognize me. No one will know. But what does she have to do? You don't go to budget, rent a car, plop down a couple $100 and drive off with their car. Car rentals don't work that way. You have a driver's license and a credit card information. There's a pretty clear paper trail as to what took place when she went to the Redding airport. And keep in mind too, I think that's important. She went to an airport. An airport with security cameras and security all around. An airport, not some rental car agency on the outskirts of town, right? An airport. Doesn't make any sense if you're on a covert mission. Now, let's take a look at this paper trail. What does Miss Arias do to get this car, right? Exhibit 235, there's various receipts. She puts her initials. She signs her name. Paper trail. Not very covert so far. Not at all. Now, adding to this level of nonsense again, and this kind of gets into lying as well, this idea that, well, Jodi didn't really reserve the car online at Priceline, as she said. She lied to you. She really did it at budget. Let's take a look at these receipts here, or the bank statement. She got the car. When did she get the car? She got the car in June, right? As she was getting ready to go on this trip. She gets the car in early June, right? June 2nd, she gets the car. She returns the car on June 9th. June 9th, 2008. We were shown yesterday what is exhibit 523. And we see the charge there for the car rental. Budget rental car, right? Oops. Yep, budget rental car. Now the state says, well, look at here, you see, there was a price line charge for airfare and that happened right away, and therefore she's lying. But let's face the facts here. That $233.97 that you see up there, that was charged when she returned the car. Airfare and car rentals are different. Under these times, we know that when we purchase airfare, you have your common experience. You've rented a car or purchased airfare, you realize that, well, you do that. When you buy a plane ticket, you have to give all your identifying information and you pay for it. When you rent a car, oftentimes you reserve a car and pay for it when you're done. You put a deposit down on the credit card, you pay for it when it's done, that's when she paid for it. Now, the state has tried to argue that that's a lie. That Ms. Arias is lying. She didn't use Priceline. Those people at Priceline aren't getting their money, right? And this is certainly one thing the state has done as it relates to lies. JODI Arias has made some lies about what happened. So then, why not just pile on? Set up a house of cards and a scenario where they say JODI's lying and knock it down. But here's the thing. She wasn't lying. There's no evidence that she was lying. We don't know what kind of arrangement Budget and Priceline has. Mr. Colombo, he didn't tell you what kind of arrangement they have. He didn't know. So she rents this car. And Mr. Colombo says when she rented the car, her hair was blonde. We had some discussions of hair color. But it wasn't, right? We saw the pictures. Mr. Colombo saw her driver's license. JODI Arias had blonde hair when she had her driver's license picture. But you saw pictures, right? We saw a picture 413, excuse me, exhibit 413, taken on May 10th, 2008. And no one tried to have an expert testify and say this is a certain color hair. You can use you can look at it. You can look at your own judgment. We may have different shades of brown. We have exhibit 414. And exhibit 414 was taken on May 15th. JODI and her parents' dog, May 15th. You judge for yourself. May 17th, exhibit 415. Judge for yourself. Is that some sort of bright blonde hair? Okay. What else is at the car rental agency? We have this issue. JODI wanted a white car instead of a red car, because a red car would draw the cops' attention. Well, some of us have heard that myth as it relates to speeding tickets. Maybe it's a myth, maybe it's not. But with everything else, so far we have nothing that makes sense about a covert mission, right? Nothing. The difference between a white car and a red car isn't going to be the difference between being found and not found, being discovered and not discovered. And there's many things we can talk about in that regard, but that doesn't make any sense either. But that's a big deal. Okay. Now you would think, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't you, that if somebody was on a covert mission, right? And now we're June 2nd, she's in Reading, she's got the car. And under the state's theory, she has the car, she's got the gun. She's ready to rock, right? So does she then go from Redding, California to Mesa, Arizona, nonstop in order to go on this covert mission to kill Travis Alexander? You don't stop anywhere, you don't visit any people, there's no witnesses. You go in there clean and you do your business, right? Did she do that? Oh, no, she didn't. Doesn't make any sense. What did she do? She stops in Monterey, California. What does she do in Monterey, California? She visits 2 former boyfriends. This crazy woman who can't let it go has friendships with 2 of her former boyfriends, Matt McCartney and Daryl Brewer. And she had a relationship with Daryl's son because they were together so long. So she had breakfast with Daryl and his son and spent some time at a karaoke bar with Matt McCartney. So what she had done, if she's on this covert mission, is it's not quite so covert anymore now, is it? We've alerted the world to this gun theft. We've alerted the world to the rental car, and we've alerted the world to where we're going or the presence. And then Daryl Brewer says, well, she told me she was going to Mesa. I need a gas can. Well, if this was a covert mission, first of all, and I would submit to you, he was probably mistaken about Mesa. She did go there. but whether or not she was planning on going there or not. But think about it. If this was a covert mission, would you say to your ex-boyfriend, can I borrow a couple gas cans and I'm going to Mesa? Doesn't make any sense. So the nonsensical nature of the state's theory continues all the way to Monterey, California. She does borrow gas cans from Daryl. But then again, that doesn't make any sense either, right? You're on this covert mission. You can buy gas cans and no one will be the wiser, right? But you borrow gas cans because you say you're going to Utah. I don't know the way. Gas may be more expensive, what have you. She's not familiar with the route. So she borrows gas cans. As they often did, you heard Daryl Burke say, as they often did on their road trips. It wouldn't make any sense as far as this covert mission goes, right? Well, what else happened in Monterey? Did she just do that and nothing else? No, something else happened. You saw weeks ago some receipts. Receipts for various things. Gas. Gas cans. But what happened in Monterey in terms of those receipts? Now again, we're on this covert mission, right? We don't want to be detected. Don't want to be detected. What does she do? She goes to the bank. Remember now, she has two different accounts. With Washington Mutual, she has a business account and she has a checking account. So what does she do? She deposits some money into one account. She deposits money into another account. Notice the account, one account ends in 8006, one ends in 7148. She deposits $400 in one, $300 in the other. And we also have a deposit in 237007 of $100 into 7148. So as we look at exhibits 237005, 237006, and 237007, what do we have? Let me make sure you can see them all. What do we have? We have transfer of money between accounts, right? And well, JODI ARIAS wasn't a rich woman in June of 2008. She had a balance in one account of $548, and she had a balance in another one of $207. So she's got what, $750, right? She's moved around. She said some of it was for business purposes, some of the trip was for personal purposes. That's why she moved some of this money around. Okay. Well, again, if you're on this covert mission, why do you do these banking transactions, right? Why do you do these banking transactions and leave a trail of where you're at? And keep in mind, they're all in Monterey, right? Monterey, Monterey, Monterey. All in Monterey. She didn't do this back in Wairika. She didn't do this back on May 28th, did she? Remember, keep in mind, on May 28th, right here, this plan was in action. A gun was in her hands and she was working on the rest of it. She didn't pull out any cash, right? We saw, and we'll talk later as we go further on this journey, this trail. She didn't pull out a bunch of cash in late May or any time before she came. Because remember, she had enough, $750. She wanted to do this covert mission. She simply could have gone there without the need for gas cans. You know, when you buy gas with cash, you don't have to give your personal identifying information. We heard that makes sense, your own common sense and experience. And we also heard that from the lady who works for Tesoro. You pay with cash. There's no need for a receipt. They don't take identifying information. So she had this $750 or so, and she doesn't take it out. She could have put it in cash. She didn't do that. She wanted to buy gas cans covertly. What could she have done, right? She could have gone into Walmart or Target or wherever.
Y'all, because I love you and I love me, I'm going to fast forward this to JODI being in there naked, legs spread eagle across the bed with Travis, because Nobody cares about the gas cans anymore. Nobody cares about the money anymore. The bitch did it. We all know it. We just need to get to the juicy part. Literally. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward this shit because I can't.
Okay. When did this gas purchase occur? At the crime scene. Go ahead and take pictures of me. No problem. No problem at all. Now, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And we'll look at some of those pictures perhaps later. But keep in mind as well, in some of the pictures, this man who's in utter fear in Miss Arias can't even see her head or her face. You can see the despondent look on her face in some of the theory, or the question arises under this theory that the state has perpetrated to you. They're in bed together sleeping. She's got the gun. She's got the knife. He's asleep.
Yeah, here we go, y'all. Here we go.
He's asleep. You put the gun to his head and you do it. You put the knife to his throat and you do it. If that's what you're there to do, isn't that what you do? No better time than when he's asleep. She doesn't do that. Okay. What next? Well, you heard Jody tell you that they had sex that afternoon, that he was tied her to a bed, and that they took pictures. Well, we have evidence of those pictures, right? We have pictures of Jody naked on the bed. Then it begs an important question. Keep in mind now, under the state's theory, Jody is there to kill Travis Alexander. Why, if somebody is there to commit a murder, do you hang out and let the intended victim of this murder take pictures of you at what's going to soon to be a crime scene? Here I am at the crime scene. Go ahead and take pictures of me. No problem. No problem at all. Now, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And we'll look at some of those pictures perhaps later. But keep in mind as well, in some of the pictures, this man who's in utter fear of Miss Arias can't even see her head or her face. You can see the despondent look on her face in some of these pictures. But keep in mind what was taken on June 3rd when she's on this mission. A picture from her own phone that she took in advance of being in Mr. Alexander's house. Another exhibit, 638, a picture that she took on June 3rd, 2008. If you're on a covert mission and you've dyed your hair and you've done all this in order to get there and kill Travis Alexander, why are you taking pictures of yourself with this hair color and allowing him to take pictures of you with this hair color? All right? Doesn't make any sense. And not only pictures, nude photographs. And not only nude photographs, but graphic depictions of her genitalia. Doesn't make any sense. These are the last thing you would want if you're there to commit a homicide or murder, is to have pictures of yourself taken. But that's what happened. There's no dispute that that's what happened. So now, keep in mind, and I will just show you Exhibit 164. Keep in mind now, this photograph was taken at 1:42 and 53 seconds. Jodi Arias, nude, on the bed. You can see her face, and you can see the time, 1:42. And that's important, ladies and gentlemen, because keep in mind now, by 1:42 in the afternoon of June 4th, Miss Arias
Y'all, I don't know why it's stuck, so I'm gonna get out of this one and then start the part 2. Hold on. Refresh the page. I just pulled this one up, so let me try again. I hear my dogs growling in the background. They want to play. I think this one's it. Yeah. Let's see if it works. No. Okay. So we'll take that one off and we'll just go to this one then. There was only like 10, 15 minutes left of that one, so I'm sure we didn't miss much other than Jody on the bed and taking pictures with her and Al, Travis, and, you know, doing the dirty deed, bumping boots, bumping uglies, you know, doing the thing, doing the whole thing. All right, let's get back to Jeremy here.
He's seated. You can see that. We saw that earlier this morning. But this, according to the state, what we see in picture, photograph number 160, this, according to the state, is the moment in time Miss Arias chooses
Graphic photos you guys may see on
implement her
this
plan.
again, you guys.
5:30 and 30 seconds. The Mr. Alexander is nude, concede that. Vulnerable, so the state says. Although it seems highly less likely, because keep in mind, here he is right here. Second prior, he's looking at Miss Arias.
Shut up, Lunchy.
Certainly would have seen it coming.
Welcome,
Hands are
everybody.
up.
Thank you for being here.
But it is this moment in time, the state says, that Miss Arias decides to put her plan into motion. She's stolen the gun. She's dyed her hair. She's rented the car. She's altered the license plate. She's got her gas cans. Everything is
Look at her
done
just staring at that
this moment
picture.
in time.
You
That's what the state wants you to
freaking
believe, right?
creep.
And remember, before we talk about this, the testimony of Dr. Horn. Now, certainly it varied, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we talk about lies and that spotlight of truth. But Dr. Horn says the wound to the vena cava came down to up. Down to up. So what we're to believe now then is that Jodi Arias, with all these chances in other moments in time, all these different chances when his back is turned and his defenses are down, that she somehow decides to get low to the ground and reach down and stab him. Stab him. Stab him. Doesn't that raise a question? Remember now, here's this big guy, strong guy, working out, getting ready for his trip to Cancun. Stab him. Jeez, you know, you wouldn't think you'd stab someone unless you didn't have a gun. Wait, the state's theory, she did have a gun. She had a gun. Wait. So she chooses, and keep in mind now, and we'll talk about the change in story of the state's events, but keep in mind, the state went to great length throughout this trial to say, you betcha, no doubt about it, Jodi's a liar. She stabbed him first, and she stabbed him right there in the shower. Down to up. That's what happened. Apart from the logistics of that not making any sense, and you can judge for yourself how high off the ground Travis's chest is in that picture. Why don't you shoot? Why don't you shoot? You've got a gun. This is what you've done. You've stolen this gun. You've gotten to this point in time. Why don't you shoot? Doesn't make any sense. Under this theory of premeditation, none of this makes any sense whatsoever. Now, the theory goes on as it relates to premeditation to say, well, JODI did this fantastic job of covering her tracks. She tried to clean up the scene. She threw a little bit of water around. She drove up to Utah. She hung out with Ryan Burns. And she made phone calls and she sent text messages to Travis to try to make it look like she wasn't there. And then they go on to say, and we'll talk about the stories in a minute, but this story of self-defense, that's a great big lie, right? That's what they say. But if it's a great big lie, you think that might be what you did. Or you might do something else way smarter than what JODI did after this took place. She's planned this out, remember? A week or so in advance. She spent all this time on the road, all these hours thinking about this moment in time. And you're saying this smart girl doesn't think of what she's going to do afterwards? Smarter things? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And why, if it's this pre-planned murder, again, do you stab, create this crime scene of chaos? We had a relationship of chaos and a crime scene of chaos. And there is a correlation there. And we'll talk about that later today. But let's think about that. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense as it relates to premeditation. Not a single thing. Well, now what we just spoke about is self-defense. JODI ARIAS told you another version of events. You have an instruction on self-defense. I'm not going to read that to you, but I want to emphasize a particular portion of that to you as we go back through the history. Because the history is such that what JODI ARIAS told you on June 4th, 2008 is a product of a lot of things that happened beforehand. And when you assess the self-defense claim, you assess it, and looking at page 13 of your jury instructions, if at the very bottom, a couple things. Looking at this burden of proof, the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not act with justification. If the state fails to carry their burden, then you must, it's not optional, must find the defendant not guilty of the charge. Now we begin at the last line of page 13. If there have been past acts of domestic violence against the defendant by the victim, the state of mind of a reasonable person shall be determined from the perspective of a reasonable person. This person right here, who has been who has been a victim of those past acts of domestic violence. So, what are those past acts and how do we define domestic violence? Because I think that kind of goes to the history of the relationship and the realities that were in Miss Arias's mind when she approached Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th. Domestic violence means any act that is an offense. Assault. We have an assault in this case. Was JODI ARIAS the victim of an assault? Well, we heard several occasions where that took place, right? Well, we heard of at least 4 distinct occasions. we heard Miss Arias being thrown down and held down and not being allowed to leave a room. Actually, and that's unlawful imprisonment, aside from an assault. Double bonus for Mr. Alexander, assault and unlawful imprisonment. 2 acts of domestic violence. Did he endanger her with these acts? Sure. Slapping her, kicking her, aggravated assault, kicking her, breaking her finger. Now remember, there has been much made of this finger, right? When we talk about this aggravated assault, state says to you, my goodness, this didn't happen. This happened on June 4th. And we can tell it happened on June 4th because on May 15th, looking at Exhibit 452, that your, Miss Arias, your hand injury is invisible. So the state inquired. They said, see, you're a liar, Miss Arias. They even showed Exhibit 453, a hand hanging down. There's a close-up, say no visible signs of the injury. Again, the house of cards. Set it up, knock it down, call her a liar. It's what you got to do when you don't have evidence of premeditation. But keep in mind, you saw Jodi hold her finger up. You saw it broken. And you saw Miss Wilmot stand right next to Miss Arias. You saw that up close. And Miss Arias' hand draped over her. You saw that. You can assess for yourself the visibility and the apparentness of that injury. Assault, he kicked her. Held her down, wouldn't let her leave. Threatened and intimidated her. We saw that in all the text messages. Exposing her was going to be the worst thing that ever happened to her. He was going to expose her to everyone she knew, right? Public vilification. Sexual assault. What about that? We heard about that in what I would say is 2 different ways. Now, Miss Arias, and we heard a lot about her psychology at that period of time. And we saw tables, and we won't go through those again, where Miss Arias had real low self-esteem. Didn't think too much of herself. So it makes sense then, when Travis Alexander places his penis inside of her while she was asleep, and she kind of says no and pushes off and continues the act, doesn't want to break the vow of chastity. She doesn't consider that a sexual assault because they'd already done other sexual things before. She didn't say no at the time that he entered her. But the law tells you, and the definitions are there for you, that somebody cannot consent to sexual activity when they're asleep. That's just the bottom line. That is a sexual assault. And we have the instance on June 4th, don't we? Where Mr. Alexander, and you have your definition of sexual assault, grabbed Miss Arias, put her arm behind her back, bent her over the desk, and had rough vaginal sex with her. She says, it wasn't that big a deal because I didn't say no. But why didn't she say no? Because it was a better alternative to his anger, to his wrath, to his hits. It was a better alternative. She submitted out of fear of physical violence. That's the sexual assault. Now, you're also to consider in terms of the relationship, you have to consider things in the relationship as far as domestic violence. The type of relationship, the length of the relationship, the frequency of interaction, and if the relationship has terminated. Type of relationship, regardless of whether they call themselves boyfriend or girlfriend or not, whether they use that distinction. The relationship was a sexual one, romantic one. Whatever label you want to use, it was that type of relationship that we're talking about here. Romantic or sexual. The length of the relationship. Again, it began in the fall of 2006 and ended tragically on June 4th, 2008. The sexual portion of the relationship didn't begin right away because you recall Miss Arias had a boyfriend. She didn't want to be unfaithful to this boyfriend. She saw the relationship going nowhere. She broke up. But of course, in between there, keep in mind, Mr. Alexander was bringing Mormon missionaries over to the home to talk to Miss Arias and to try to bring her into his church. And another way to do that, of course, in terms of when we talk more about domestic violence relationships with Elsa Violet, but that's a way of pulling Miss Arias out of the relationship she was in. She was in a sexual and romantic relationship with Darrell Brewer. But if you start to begin to follow the tenets of Mormonship, you have to metaphorically grab her and pull her away from that. And tell her she shouldn't be doing that before marriage. Of course, he redefines that later, but he pulls her away. And of course, as a Mormon girl, from what we know of Deanna Reed, you're not supposed to tell because that's a sin. He'd already done that once. He knows how to do it, and he knows that they'll keep the secret. The frequency of the interaction of this nearly 2-year relationship, pretty frequent. I mean, she was maybe his backup booty call. Maybe some days she was his first string booty call. Who knows? But there was this frequency of interaction, right? And if the relationship has terminated a length of time, unfortunately, as I said before, it terminated on June 4th. It never terminated before that. Not really. Because even when she moved back to Wairika, they still talked. They still had phone sex. They still chatted. They still did instant messages. They still did text messages. They did all sorts of things. So when Miss Arias goes to Travis's home on June 4th, 2008, she does so, going back to what I started out this morning, with an element of fear, with some lies being attacked, and we'll talk about those a little while longer because, again, that spotlight of truth. Keep in mind this relationship, and sometimes lies bleed into dirty little secrets, don't they? Was a dirty little secret. She goes there with fear. She goes there with the lies, the dirty little secrets. She goes there with an element of love for this man. Because let's face facts. And certainly one of the things that we talk about when we talk about premeditation is that she always loved this guy. And there's no evidence to the contrary. But she goes there. Fear, love, sex. Well, there was sex that day, right? All those elements. All the elements of the relationship from Travis Alexander and JODI Arias that began with sex. That began when he gave her the Book of Mormon and wanted oral sex. Began on other occasions as well. It went overwhelmingly interwoven from Ehrenberg to the home of Chris and Sky Hughes, to Travis's home, to her home in Palm Desert. It's all a woven tale for which geography is irrelevant, and love, fear, sex, lies, and dirty little secrets is pervasive regardless of where we're at. Regardless of where we're at. So, Miss Arias tells you that on June 4th, she arrives at the home. We talked a little earlier today about how he was watching YouTube videos, how he went to sleep, how they woke up, how they had this sex. And she told you how his bedroom we've seen so many pictures of, but how his bedroom, what is seen in Exhibit 249, and bathroom, how that became a crime scene. She talked to you about that, didn't she? Now, of course, the state says she's a liar, that nothing happened the way she said it happened. But ladies and gentlemen, there is some elements of objective evidence that show you exactly that what she is saying is true. Obviously, we have the computer evidence, right? She says what time you got there. We have the pictures. Now, another lie the state believes that there's another lie here, right? That before she arrives at this soon-to-be crime scene, she is lying about her abuse. That she was never a victim of physical abuse. Never. Why? Two reasons have been proffered by the state. One, because she never wrote it in her journals. She did not say, "Dear diary, Travis smacked the crap out of me today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis ejaculated on my face today." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Dear diary, Travis choked me until the point I passed out." She didn't say that. She didn't say, "Oh, he slapped me upside the head in the car because I wanted to move back." She didn't say that. But that shows none of these things ever happened. And oh yeah, she didn't write, "Hey, dear diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child." And she didn't call the cops about any of those things. So therefore, she's lying. Again, it's another one of these house of cards because it seems to set up this premise as it relates to the journals anyway, that there's this requirement that a journal be complete. You know, he's asking Ms. Violet, well, the journal's not complete unless it details everything. Well, I guess logically that's true. That's an unprovable premise. So she didn't write down every time she went to the bathroom on January 24th when she said nothing noteworthy to report. She didn't write all these other things down. And so therefore, they didn't happen, right? I don't know what laws of journaling or what rules of journaling the state thinks apply here. But that's nonsensical because she's not required to do it. And guess what else? You know, the state had an expert up here. Well, one day she called herself an expert, one day she didn't. She might have been right the first day when she said she wasn't. But later she claimed to be a domestic violence expert, right? Janine DeMarte, 1 year of experience. Well, of course, she counted her time as a student. So if you count all those years, it was a lot more. But, you know, 1 year license, she's out there and she says, you know, she had this experience in domestic violence and actually administering questionnaires is what she did. But she said, what we all know, really common sense, is that battered women lie, right? They don't call the cops all the time. Alice Violet told us the same thing. They don't call the cops. They don't make a report. Like Alice told you, a vision now. Imagine, you know, someone's in a relationship for 10 years. They have 2 kids together. The guy has a good job. And he gets drunk and he hits the woman, right? According to the state's theory, and she doesn't report because she doesn't want him to lose his job. She doesn't want to get into trouble. She thinks it's a one-time thing, and she doesn't report. Now, under the state's theory, that woman was never hit because it wasn't in a police report. Well, let's shine the light of truth on that, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? How much sense does that make? That woman, she didn't report it. She wasn't hit. Come on. I mean, come on. That is repulsive. Now, the state said yesterday that Miss Arias was trying to, implying Miss Arias was trying to victimize Travis Alexander all over again by coming up with this theory that he's a pedophile, right? And then she caught him looking at this image of a child. Well, let's go back to that same doctor who claims all this experience with a 1 year experience. She was asked a pretty basic question. I think even with 1 year experience, she could answer it. She was asked, what is the definition of a pedophile? And Dr. DeMarte said something to the effect of someone who has a sexual interest in prepubescent children. Okay. State says, oh, there's no evidence. No evidence to support that. That's not true. That's not true. On May 10th, 2008, you heard about 45 minutes of a phone conversation about Travis Alexander. And what was said during that phone conversation? Now keep in mind, obviously the state's trying to write it off as a heat of the moment type of thing. But when Miss Arias has her orgasm, whether real or fake, according to the state, any woman's fake her orgasm is a big liar, and nothing she ever said should be believed. She's a fraud. But putting that aside, there's this idea that after this orgasm is heard, after Miss Arias articulates this, Travis Alexander says, "That's so hot. Your orgasm is like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm." Who says that? You cannot write that off to the heat of the moment. That is sick, and that is wrong. You can't put any spin on that. You don't say that unless you have that interest. And keep in mind something else. He doesn't just say it once. Oops, I screwed up. She says, "What'd you say?" Out of shock, "What'd you say?" And he doubles down. It's like a 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. Let's hope, ladies and gentlemen, that he doesn't know what that sounds like. But he said it, and he said it twice. The fact that it doesn't say, "Dear diary, I saw Travis masturbating to an image of a child," doesn't matter. You have Travis Alexander's own voice saying this. And wait, one more thing, right? He doesn't just double down, he goes for the trifecta. He says, like corking the pot of a little girl. He said that, not JODI Arias. Had JODI Arias really been interested in this vicious attack of Travis Alexander, even though the state has contemplated to you that, oh, she was craving the media, she did these interviews, no, therefore she's craving the media. She's throwing Travis Alexander under the bus. Gee, wouldn't it make sense? You've got the national spotlight upon you. You're hoping not to go to trial. And you have this camera in front of you. You have Inside Edition. You have news shows. You have all kinds of people that want to interview you. And you don't say it. She didn't want to tell Detective Flores that Travis Alexander had these interests. She didn't want to tell anyone that he had these interests. If she had said, if this was a big plan, and if this was her plan to throw mud on him, she could have done so when she talked to Detective Flores, right? She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to Inside Edition. She didn't. She could have done so when she talked to 48 Hours. She didn't. It is a reality of this trial. It is a reality of the facts. And it is a reality of how this abuse came to be. The state says, well, he didn't abuse Deanna Reed. He didn't abuse, and I would suggest, even though they say that, I think that's probably not completely accurate, because while they had some consensual sex, it was going against their religion, and I'm sure that was damaging to both of them. But he didn't abuse Lisa Anders, and he didn't abuse Mimi Hall, so therefore he's not an abusive guy. But the relationship wasn't the same, right? She knew his secrets. She knew of his interests, hopefully an interest he never acted on. She knew his dirty little secret, and she was his dirty little secret, wasn't she? Because remember, at this point in time on June 4th, when she's pulling up to this home and this soon-to-be crime scene, Travis, his sexual, apart from what we just discussed and the comments about a 12-year-old girl, the state's right. There's nothing wrong with having sex as a young adult. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong or illegal about the intercourse that he had with Deanna Reed. Nothing. And there's nothing wrong with the intercourse he had with JODI Arias, at least the time she was consenting to it. But there was something wrong with it within the context of the church. And at this point in time, when they begin a sexual relationship in 2006 that goes all the way up to 2008, he was a one-time offender, right? He'd already violated the dictates of this church. One time. He needed to keep that dirty little secret that he was having sex with JODI Arias, because there could have been ramifications. He was a repeat offender. He would have been a repeat offender. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. So the relationship was different. The need to control her was different for those reasons. What did we also hear on this tape that is demonstrative of this relationship? We heard Travis Alexander engage in what Alice LaViolette called character assassination, name calling, whatever place you want to put it on the continuum. Remember at the beginning of the tape, before the sexual portions got played, you heard Mr. Alexander talking about Mr. Abe Al-Duhadi. And he talked about a confrontation he had with him. Well, not a confrontation per se, because if you recall, if you choose to listen to this in your deliberations, Mr. Alexander says that he intimidated him in the bathroom. He was a jealous guy. Hey, I gave him I'm going to whip your A vibe. Says something to that effect. I'm going to whip his ass because he kissed my girlfriend. Jody says, he wasn't the girlfriend at the time. I don't care. I intimidated him in the bathroom. Jody says, he said nothing but nice things about you. I don't care. I was going to whip his ass. He's a violent guy, right? He had a punching bag, and you saw the exhibits. He had a punching bag in the hallway outside his office. Maybe he needed that for when Jodi Arias wasn't around. I don't know. But he was also a big fan of Fight Club, right? Cage fighting. Bleeding, broken bones, cage fighting. And we have him being violent in this phone call. And we have him assassinating the character of other individuals that were associated with Mr. Al-Baghdadi. Remember this reference to Team Freedom. She talked about, I may go to a Team Freedom event. Of course, Mr. Alexander probably knew that Mr. Al-Baghdadi was a part of this and wanted to stop any perpetuation of any relationship. Maybe that was his motivation, I don't know. But he says those people are soulless. Those people are soulless. They're the worst. They don't care. They just want to drink and party, and they're terrible people. He's assassinated the character of other individuals, hasn't he? Those people on Team Freedom. It's all consistent. Character assassination. We saw it, right? We heard it. Whore, slut, three-hole wonder. The only thing you're good at is giving blowjobs. Things like that. Bitch. And you know, Dr. DeMarte, in an effort to try to, save face with her, what appeared to be scripted testimony, says that's an inappropriate communication pattern. Something to that effect. That Mr. Alexander had an inappropriate communication pattern. Seriously? Inappropriate communication pattern? Who wants to be called a slut, whore, bitch, and three-hole wonder? That's beyond inappropriate. But all those things, the fear that she'd experienced in the violence before, the love she had for Mr. Alexander, the sex, the lies. Keep in mind now, the lies. Sure, Jodi lied, but Travis Alexander lied as well too, didn't he? Not only we heard Deanna Reed talk about how he lied about having sex, he would lie by omission when the state made a big deal. Jodi Arias didn't confess to everyone she talked to, she lied by omission that she killed Travis, right? Mr. Alexander, Ms. Reed tells us, when people would ask him about his virginity, he just kind of shrugged it off and laughed, make it look like he was still a virgin when he knew he wasn't. He lied. He lied when he told that Jodi Arias was a stalker. We'll get into that a little more later, this idea that she's a stalker. She wasn't a stalker. Look, if she was a stalker, right? Why do you take a picture of your stalker?
Y'all, because I love you and I love me, I am just going to
So
fast
fearful
forward this.
of Jodi, his stalker was Mr. Alexander.
This crap.
Exhibit 393.
Let's see what picture he puts up. Jodi wants to see it too.
Picture of his penis.
Oh, of his penis. Wait, hold on. Wait.
How fearful of a stalker is he if they're using exhibit 434? If he attends
Excuse me, Peg
legal
Bundy.
functions with her.
Oh, man, y'all.
How fearful is he of this
I was
stalker?
going to get to see
If, as they do in
a
exhibit
wine pick.
432, they do at
Anyways,
the Sacred
I'm
Groves,
fast forwarding this.
a sacred historical site in New York, a sacred historical site to the Mormon Church. How scared of a stalker is he if they go to the that he had owned a gun? She tells you, showing exhibit 69, let's start with exhibit 69. She says, I grabbed the gun off the top shelf. And we learned from Detective Flores' measurements that if we believe the shelf to be the same as it was 5 years ago, that it's about 7 feet tall. And that's where she says she got the gun. Maybe it shows up a little better in exhibit 70. She grabs the gun. She runs to the closet and grabs the gun. Now, you recall it wasn't that many days ago, Detective Flores was on the stand saying that he didn't measure the height to any of these other shelves when he went back in there. Remember, he said that he put them in the identical position that they were on June 4th. And he measures them, and he measures the top, and he measures the ceiling, but he doesn't measure any of these shelves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that the state is postulating to you is the idea that Miss Arias is lying because a closet right there that day, at that point in time on June 10th, 11th, 13th, when Mesa Police Department was processing the scene, that nothing's disturbed. Therefore, there's no way it could have happened the way she says it did. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, there's no real evidence to show that. We don't know if she could have stepped on the shelf, to the side, to one of the railings. We don't know. She testified as best she could remember, but we don't really know. But one thing we do know when we look at this closet is even though we don't know the height of all the shelves, one of the things we know, we see a lot of shirts there, right? And they're lower. And for Detective Flores, Ms. Arias is about 5'5". You've seen her stand up. It's probably about accurate. The smart woman, if she was lying and making this up, boy, it would seem less smarter to just say, oh, the gun was at hand level. It was under one of those shirts. It was behind one of those pairs of shoes. It was somewhere where I grabbed it easily. But she didn't say that. Not only that, but we've seen evidence that this crime scene is cleaned up. Could she have put a shelf that was dislodged back into place? Yeah, she could have done that too. It would just be super simple if Jodi Arias was lying about this to say the gun was somewhere else. There's bags there. There's all kinds of areas that she could say I got the gun from. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Exhibit 69 and 70, she pretty much picked the most inconvenient location she could have, right? If this is a lie, she picked the most inconvenient location she could have, the very top in the corner. Okay. Now, Jodi Arias told you about how once she grabbed this gun, she ran out towards the bathroom. Drawing your attention back to Exhibit 249, we see how she was able to run through and run back out the other way. 2 openings to this closet. She grabs the gun, she backs out, right? For her story, she has the gun in her hand and she's running away. Travis Alexander is still charging. Now, there was some discrepancy. She told Miss LaViolette she shot him in the closet. Well, certainly there's no evidence of that, and there's no evidence that Jodi Arias even said that. Alice LaViolette said, oh, that was my mistake, because I'm not as concerned about things that happened on June 4th. I'm there to... Okay. So Miss LaViolette tells you, well, I might have been mistaken, my notes were wrong, that sort of thing, right? There's no evidence that Jodi Arias says I shot him in the closet. But to say it again, build the house of cards, call it a lie, and knock it back down. Okay. So Miss Arias backs out of the closet, points the gun at Mr. Alexander, and shoots him as he's leaping towards him. Now recall the entrance and exit of the bullet wound, right? Dr. Horn, yesterday, or actually 2 days ago now, we had the long day. He was saying, oh, the bullet never penetrated the brain. And then he says, oh, I made a mistake on my report. That was a typographical error, that it really did. But we see the trajectory, this right from the left cheek to the right nostril, right? As he's diving. He says it couldn't have been the first wound because it would have immediately incapacitated it. But now here we go. The light of truth, right? Right here. I shine it right here. Because you heard during this trial, Detective Flores testified. Detective Flores testified at a hearing in this case in 2009. Said the gunshot was first. I talked to Dr. Horn after the autopsy, which happened in July, and he told me the gunshot was first. That's what he told me. Gave me his opinion, his opinion, his opinion. Then he sat up there and told you, well, I wasn't given my opinion. Keep in mind, this other proceeding was sworn testimony, and we went back and forth about the importance of being accurate. I wasn't inaccurate. It was a misunderstanding. And Dr. Horn said, I didn't talk to him the next day. We know Detective Flores had testified that he did, right? That he wrote that in his report. So somebody's not telling the truth. Now, perhaps it's not fair to shine the spotlight completely on the detective when Dr. Horn should be sitting next to him so the spotlight can get them both. But somebody's not telling the truth there, right? And when the detective went through and relayed all these things about, the shot first and what happened next, again, shot first. And then Dr. Horn comes forward and says, no, the shot was last. He was already dead. It was never my opinion that it was shot first. I never would have said that. So again, somebody's not telling the truth here. But when you assess that, let's think about that from the standpoint of what happened, the chain of events. Because at a certain point in time, and you heard the doctors talk about that point in time, after 2009, there's at various points in 2010, Miss Arias tells what happened. She tells this story, and then lo and behold, all of a sudden what the detective testified to about Mr. Alexander being shot first, all of a sudden that's wrong. And there's no way that I said that. There's no way that this happened. Shine the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen. Lies. Somebody's lying here. And in this case, it isn't Jodi Arias. Okay, so she tells you he dives like a linebacker and takes her down. As the gun goes off, he falls on top of her, and he's on top of her, and he's been shot, and he says, fucking kill you, bitch. There's a threat there. Obviously, there was a threat there before because he's chasing her. She was in reasonable fear that he was going to end her life. It's part of the reality, ladies and gentlemen, of this day is that out of this scene, out of this picture, behind which many dirty little secrets were held, somebody was not going to make it out alive. It was either going to be Jodi or it was going to be Travis. Now, what Jodi told you after that is that after she remembers fucking kill you, bitch, is not very much, right? She tells you that she has lost her memory. She didn't have it. perhaps, but she doesn't remember. And Dr. Samuels talked to you about flight, excuse me, and how the hippocampus doesn't necessarily process those memories. She may never had them in the first place. And we talked a lot about PTSD, and we don't have to go over that again. We know all the tests. We know the tests were consistent. And we know that trauma is trauma, whether it was a bear, lion, tiger, or this mysterious gopher that was introduced a couple days ago. Right? We know that. We know trauma is trauma. And we know that she was attacked by 2 intruders or by Mr. Alexander. There was trauma there. And let's face it, going back to lies and things of that nature while I'm thinking about it, JODI ARIAS has been wanting to get Mr. Alexander. Like I said before, she would have just said, oh, he attacked me, he's a pedophile, he's terrible. But she came up with this silly lie about 2 intruders to try to avoid the reality, to try to avoid the airing in front of these cameras of everything that was at one time a dirty little secret. See, one thing this trial did is it ripped the lid off all these secrets. And if JODI ARIAS, I would submit to you, wanted to rip that lid off, she could have done it when she sat down with Detective Flores on July 15th or July 16th. One of the things, though, about this memory loss, you had some questions about it. It was referred to as the fog, right? And that she didn't have memories of what happened next. She told you about a couple things, though, related to her memory. She said she had, and I think it was in response to one of your questions, she had some vague memories of being on her knees and dropping the knife and screaming. And that she had some memories of the knife going in the dishwasher, but she's not sure, did that happen on a previous occasion, or did that happen on June 4th? She wasn't sure. And you know, probably the argument you're going to hear, or that you have heard, is that this is just made up. That she remembers exactly what she did, and she's lying. She's feigning this memory loss. This memory loss was real. We went through the testimony. Dr. DeMarte tried to say lie every other word she could about JODI ARIAS. Said, oh, she would have remembered. She knew what she was doing. That's why there was, you know, she knew there was blood on her hands and killed him, that sort of thing, right? She knew it's feigned, it's fake. She's lying about it. Well, the problem is, if she were lying, again, if she were lying about this stage of events, this smart woman, if she's lying about this stage of events, we saw the closet, we talked about that, wouldn't she actually make up a lie where she remembered? Where she said, he chased me down the hallway and he kept screaming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you're going to die. Say anything like that? No. Could she have made up a story where Travis Alexander grabbed the knife and said, I'm going to kill you, and then dropped it, or she knocked it out of his hand? She could have done that, right, if she was lying? She didn't. She didn't. And the proposition put forward that, oh, she had years to think about this, and this is what she came up with. And this fog is part of this, right? This fog is not made up, because ultimately it is instead an inconvenient truth. It would be much more convenient for Ms. ARIAS to tell you the sort of things that we just talked about, to paint this horrific scene, right, of what he did. She didn't do that because she couldn't. She couldn't. Now, whether the memories were there and never moved into the portion of the brain that stores them, or whether trauma prevented them from being processed, we don't know for sure, obviously. But we know that this is indeed an inconvenient truth. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, they say, oh, this woman's smart, she's planned her lies, and she's planned this crime for weeks, and now by the time she's with Detective Flores, it's been months. And she comes up with, on the second day, she comes up with this lie about these intruders, that if you look at the evidence, it can't be proven, but it also can't be disproven. That'd be a pretty good lie, right, for one night. If you were lying and you had 2 years to think about it, like I said, I think you think of something better, right? You think of something better. And here's the reality of the situation, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing that is clear, this scenario of JODI ARIAS being forced into doing something, forced into defending her life, between what we see in Exhibit 159 and what we see in Exhibit 162, is a much more plausible scenario than premeditation. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this happened, and this shows, we talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. The pictures of him with his hands against the wall and his eyes turned away from his area. We talked about how premeditation doesn't make any sense. This, ladies and gentlemen, the theory of self-defense is one that is so much more plausible because it happened like that. Something happened. We have to face the reality, as much as the state doesn't want you to believe it, that something happened in this moment in time. These few minutes between 5:29:20 and 5:32:16. Something happened at that moment in time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take the noon recess. I would like to take 1 hour today rather than an hour and a half. Does anyone need more than an hour for lunch? If so, please raise your hand. 1 hour. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Please remember the admonition.
stand for the jury.
We are in recess.
About how the premeditation theory doesn't make any sense. We talked about Ms. Arias's description of self-defense. We talked about how something could have happened in that moment in time. Now, your jury instructions do not limit you to one of those two outcomes. You're the finder of fact. You determine what happened. What happened between those two photographs I showed you this morning. What happened? In that regard, you have more options than merely first-degree murder. Page 8 of your jury instructions talk about the crime of second-degree murder. When someone intentionally caused the death of another person, the defendant caused the death of another person by conduct which knew it would cause death or serious physical injury, or under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life, the defendant recklessly engaged in conduct that created a grave risk of death. The risk must be such that disregarding it was a gross deviation from what a reasonable person in the defendant's situation would have done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the more crucial parts of this jury instruction comes in the next paragraph. The difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder is that second-degree murder does not require premeditation by the defendant. If you determine that the defendant is guilty of either first-degree murder or second-degree murder, and you have reasonable doubt as to which, you must find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. Those are your instructions as it was pointed out to you yesterday, not optional. The instructions you must follow. Going down farther on page 9, you have a manslaughter, sudden quarrel or heat of passion. That could also sound very familiar to what we've seen throughout the course of this trial, right? If and only if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must then consider whether the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation from the victim. Adequate provocation means circumstances that deprive a reasonable person of self-control. And it does say words alone are not adequate provocation to justify reducing an intentional killing to manslaughter. There couldn't have been a cooling off period for which, in this case, Ms. Arias could have regained control. If, after finding the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was not committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion resulting from adequate provocation, then you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder. But if you find the elements of second-degree murder were proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you must also unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt that the homicide was committed upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion with adequate provocation. You don't find Ms. Arias guilty of second-degree murder, but of manslaughter. And it says, finally, if you determine the defendant is guilty of either second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you have reasonable doubt as to which it was, you must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. So, ladies and gentlemen, as these instructions show you, your job is not limited to these two choices that we talked about this morning. And in that regard, let's be honest, there is no doubt about the fact that each party, the party of the state, promoting their agenda or promoting the theory of first-degree murder, there's an agenda behind that. There's a motivation behind that. They want you to convict JODI Arias of first-degree murder. Ms. Arias, too, there's no doubt about it. The state talked about it yesterday. There's no doubt about it. She's facing first-degree murder charges. There's no doubt about the fact that she would have every incentive to lie, right? No doubt about it. It is your job to determine, and we talked about the evidence of self-defense, whether that evidence, the objective evidence you've heard, fits that story. And whether you believe her, you still have the right to believe her. But there is another voice which has no agenda. The voice of reason. See, ladies and gentlemen, you are not required to check your common sense at the door. As a matter of fact, you are supposed to take it back to the jury room into your deliberations, your experiences and your common sense to help you as the finder of fact to determine what happened between the photograph Jodi Arias was taking of Mr. Alexander sitting in the shower and the moment in time when his body was being dragged across the bathroom floor. In that regard, before we talk about some of those things and those objective indicators, we're going to look at crime scene photographs. We're going to look at evidence for which there is no dispute. These items also tell a tale. But let's not forget that even the voice of reason, even your common sense, even these objective indicators will tell you that this is still a tale of fear, a tale of love, a tale of sex, a tale of lies, and a tale of dirty little secrets. What we need to do when we talk about this objective evidence, analyze, we need to take, stock, I guess, if you will, of all the things, we have these two pictures, Travis in the shower and his body being dragged across the bathroom floor. But outside of those two pictures, and even outside of the pictures on June 4th, we have the context of this entire relationship, don't we? One of you or your fellow jury members who weren't, or who may not be here, there was a question posed a couple of times. I think once to Miss LaViolette and once to Jodi herself. And the question was something to the effect, and it was worded differently both times, but did Jodi and Travis have a love-hate relationship? That was the question. And I think it's a fair one.
Objection.
Sustained. Rephrase.
The question is a fair one. But it seems that, well, there have certainly been elements of love, right? We've seen elements of love in this relationship. We saw both Jodi and Travis on New Year's Day express how much they loved each other. We heard elements of love. We read them in the text messages. We saw them in Jodi's journal. I love Travis Alexander. And we saw expressions of love from Travis Alexander, text messages. Did he love Jodi? He told her she did, but he definitely loved having sex with her. We know that. Is there elements of hate? Maybe. See, maybe Jodi hated herself for some of the boundaries she crossed, even though she said she enjoyed it and participated in it. Maybe she hated herself for crossing some of those boundaries. And maybe Travis Alexander hated himself for crossing some of those boundaries too. Hated the fact that he wanted to keep having sex with Jodi Arias. Maybe so. But whether this relationship was one of love and hate, the love-hate relationship that your question posed, there can be no doubt about the fact that this relationship was one of chaos. Apart from all these other factors that we've been talking about, these experiences of human existence, we know that this relationship was one of chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to begin this afternoon by doing is reminding you of some of the chaos that we've seen throughout the course of this trial that demonstrates that this idea of premeditation, self-defense, but there could be something else. I want to play for you what's been marked as Exhibit 508. This is a portion of the phone call you saw and heard this before. This is a portion of the phone call that Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias had on May 10th. And listen, if you will, ladies and gentlemen, for the chaos.
The way it sounds like you just 12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. It's so hot.
Sounds like what?
12-year-old girl having her first orgasm. I check off every day, sometimes 2-3 times a day.
Are you serious?
There's been many times when you've been like miserable and I've like raped you. You cannot say I don't work that booty.
Oh, never mind. You do know how to work the booty.
Yeah, we've had 2 and 3 hour sessions many times.
Yeah.
I think 3.5 like our tops or something.
You remember that time I came to visit you when I was still working in California, and I fell asleep on your chair next to your bed, and you just woke me up by pulling my pants off and totally licking my pussy?
Yeah. You got to admit though, like there's not many guys that would do that just for fun. I'm going to tie you to a tree and put it in your ass, by the way.
What's that?
I'm going to tie you to a tree and put it in your ass. I'm going to tie your arms around the tree, blindfold you, and put the picture of the camera on the timer while I'm parking there. Just think of how I pounded you with a full 50-year-old pop until it was nothing. I didn't like the pop rock as much as I liked the 50-year-old pop though. Like you could ride my freaking face. Go horse.
Yeah.
You get some 69 sticks too.
69 6?
So I'm going to get some great shots of freaking putting everything. Like the actual putting it in you and like your reaction and just the angles and the whole bit. Seriously, honey, I don't want to force you guys out for that. Because I'm touching yourself. I can't wait to get pictures of jizzle on your face. Just try to get one as I'm coming up your face. I like to get cream pie too.
What's that? What's a cream pie?
So I blow my wad, right? Just like a quarter inch inside your pussy. I mean, it's gonna be like legitimate porn
Yeah.
in every sense, you know what I mean? Everything about like the details of your body are so hot. Like those big, thickened nipples. I can tell it anymore. So my dick and area works into your body. Because I want to get like some like park ranger type outfit for me to wear. I need the pictures I'm gonna take. They're so hot. If one of them's gonna be me later with that cock hard, you know, sticking straight out. So we'll take some video too. Oh yeah, it's huge. I just did like 15 clubs. Which is surprising because, you know, I drank it this morning. Seriously, I could, if I was a sperm bank, I'd get retired off this load.
Those were the words of Mr. Alexander. How do they demonstrate chaos? They demonstrate chaos in the context of this entire relationship, don't they? This was from May 10th. May 10th, 2008. A few weeks before the killing, a few days before, about 9 days before, he tells Reagan Housley how he's afraid of JODI ARIAS. Several days later, after this, well, the 26th, he's calling her a whore, a slut, and a three-hole wonder. You've seen these text messages. We've gone over numerous text messages, right? On one day, text message could be sent. JODI was the most beautiful woman in the world. Next day, she could be a horrible bitch. There's text messages reference to Spider-Man underwear. Text messages sexual in nature, text messages loving in nature. Chaos. Unhealthy relationship, right? In both parties. There's no doubt about that. Chaos. An emotional turmoil, if you will, that perhaps both individuals were feeling on their own and bringing it into this relationship, into this caustic relationship. I mean, let's think about it, ladies and gentlemen. We have this relationship that after a few months of going out, we saw what has been marked Exhibit 438. A letter that JODI ARIAS was motivated, we'll say, to send by Travis Alexander, telling this same Mr. Abduhadi, who's asked Travis was going to kick in the bathroom, that they could no longer be friends or do the things that friends do or do the occasional hug because it would make Travis feel uncomfortable. Chaos. We have on April 7th, 2008, about a month before this phone sex recording, right? JODI is telling an effing lie and this BS story, and no matter how bad the truth is, I promise the punishment will be better than the lie. You know, certainly, as Dr. DeMarte would say, not a healthy communication pattern. We also saw these text messages without going through every single one. Don't ever contact me again, right? We heard messages like that from Travis Alexander. And there was always still contact, right? They always kept going back towards each other. No matter what time or space kept them apart, they always kept going back towards each other. There's no doubt about that. It happened all the way up to June 4th. Now keep in mind too, this time period, this April-May time period, we heard from Mimi Hall, right? Mimi Hall was hearing stories of JODI being a stalker, right? Again, doesn't make any sense given what was going on. But again, it was this relationship of chaos. And look, let's face facts, this voice of reason, common sense. Travis wanted to maintain this image of a virginal Mormon man, right? There doesn't seem to be much doubt about that. Deanna Reed told us that. And he's dating these proper Mormon girls, isn't he? Lisa Andrews, Mimi Hall. They're not interested in a sexual relationship with Travis Alexander. But JODI ARIAS was there, right? JODI ARIAS was there for him. And we know also, speaking of Lisa Andrews, Lisa Diodoni now when she came to testify for you, but then Lisa Andrews, he was dating her. She was the good Mormon girl, right? When he was going to the Balloon Fest, when he was doing all these different things. And JODI was the dirty little secret on the side. A relationship of chaos. She was great to have around for Mr. Alexander for the sexual purposes. But she wasn't acceptable to his friends, and she might not have been acceptable to his church. So date the Mormon girls. You don't have to have sex with them. You don't have to abuse them. You don't have to push their limits, even though it seems, based on her own email, in her own commentary that he did push the limits to some degree with Lisa Andrews. She wrote in that email, don't want you to touch my butt in public to mark your territory. I don't, you talk about sex way too much. You'll have your time. You'll have your chance. Little did she know, he already had that, right? At the end of it. But that was the reality of what was going on here throughout the course of this relationship. In the time period that he's dating these other girls, flirting with other girls, JODI, for his dictate, has to write Abe a letter and say, no, we can't be friends anymore because it might upset Travis. That's what was going on in this relationship, right? On May 2nd, 2008, Travis Alexander sends Miss Arias Exhibit 391. Travis Alexander says, this photo shoot is going to be one of the best experiences of your life or mine. He hasn't stopped thinking about the pics he's going to take. The progressiveness of it, from the very clean to the very dirty and everything in between. It will tell quite a story and be a lot of fun, and not a day has gone by that I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft long and hard into you. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, although this is before the message to Reagan Housley about being afraid of JODI, this is also around the same time period when he's dating Mimi and saying, I have a stalker. Well, it's funny too, because the state, the state says this is true, she's stalking him. But again, would you send your stalker a message like this about, when I'm all by my lonesome, I have no desire to think of anyone else in my scandalous fantasies? Is that a way to tell someone to back off? I don't want to be in a relationship with you? No, doesn't sound like it to me. Nothing, from my own experience, nothing is even enjoyable compared to you. That's what we talked about love. Hey, right, he loves having sex with JODI Arias, at the very least. Because of that, I spent a lot more time getting myself off. Calls her the ultimate slut in bed. How he wants to send one down her throat. He wants her to ride his face. And he says, you'll feel like you've been raped, but you will enjoy every delightful moment of it. This is someone he's supposedly afraid of, or so the theory goes, right? Someone he wants nothing to do with. Someone in other text messages he calls evil. Someone in other text messages he calls soulless. Of course, we know he did that to other people as well. But he says he calls her a corrupted carcass, right? But it doesn't seem to stop him from having sex with her. One day, he wants to have sex with her and says all these graphic things. Another, you're evil. Well, then maybe, she's a stalker. No, I need her over here for sex. That's the reality of what common sense tells us what was going on in this relationship. All these things were happening in this time span of May 2008. When this supposed plan was being formulated, these text messages were being exchanged, these phone calls were being exchanged, and this stalker-like behavior was being exchanged. Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164. Talking about this photo shoot. Does that look like that was the best experience of JODI Arias' life? Now, ladies and gentlemen, going back to this idea of the voice of reason and objective evidence. You've heard lots of. And the saying goes, the picture says 1,000 words, right? And we have plenty of pictures of the crime scene. And you've heard a lot of testimony about the work that Mesa Police Department did at the crime scene. What was weeks ago now, in January, I think, I had a woman from the Mesa Crime Lab, a crime scene tech, come up. Remember, she had the laundry. There was laundry, and the camera was found in the washing machine. And she showed you all this laundry, all the items that were in there, right? And showing you Exhibit 17, there were these socks, and there was this towel. And the assumption was that this towel was bleached and that all these items were bleached. Dumped in there, then this was a blood-soaked towel with bleach. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have your common sense, you have the voice of reason. There are other items sitting here in Exhibit 17 that don't seem to have succumbed to this bleach. Exhibit 28, Other items found in the washing machine. Not stained with bleach. Exhibit number 27. Items not stained with bleach. What that suggests, what I would say that should suggest to you is the idea that there was no bleach in this load of laundry. There was no effort, if you will, to submerge this camera in water and bleach. And you know, we go back, things come up, and I have to go back to this idea of premeditation as it relates to the camera. The camera's found in there too, remember? Why would somebody who's experienced with digital cameras, who has planned this murder out for weeks, for a week, week and a half, I guess, why would she then not take the camera with her after she has all these crime scene photos she knows she's taken there? Why would she stand there? She's planned this out, right? She's smart. Why would she delete some photographs and throw it in the washing machine? That doesn't make any sense. And this idea that there was bleach in the washing machine doesn't make any sense either. And these pictures, what we just saw about the laundry of the items in the washing machine, are things that cannot be changed. They're subject to your interpretation, I guess, but they are what they are. These were the photographs taken by the Mesa Police Department. What else do we know about this crime scene that tells us a little more about what happened, what could have happened? Exhibit number 63. We see Travis Alexander's bedroom, and we see what I believe is a chair and a half there with some pillows. Now, one of the things that's postulated to you yesterday was the idea that Miss Arias is lying about being tied to bed. Again, House of Cards, knock it down. Lying to you about being tied to this bed because it was a sleigh bed and there's no way you can do that. Miss Arias talked to you about how the rope went through the back of the bed, and it really wasn't a severe restraint, but more a prop that she could get out of. And they say, no, there's no way that could happen, but of course it could have. There's no laws of physics or logistics that would prevent someone from being, at least as a prop, tied to the bed in the way Miss Arias described it, right? With both her wrists out, the rope behind the headboard, and tied there. Now, the other issue that comes up as it relates to this objective evidence is the idea of a rope. The argument by the state is there's no rope. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. What do we see there, ladies and gentlemen? Piece of rope. Now, when Detective Flores was questioned about this, the theory was put forward through the questioning anyway. Well, gee whiz, there's a bunch of fringe on those pillows. That must be where that came from. It looks pretty similar. Must be fringe from the pillows. When I spoke with Detective Flores, he was forced to admit that those pillows, I asked him something to the effect of, were those pillows disheveled? Do they look organized there? He was forced to admit they looked organized. And you, as jurors, as finder of fact, ultimately can make that decision. But ladies and gentlemen, this theory that this rope was from these pillows doesn't really make any sense either, does it? Looking at Exhibit 268. There's a better picture of the rope, more close up. Does that make any sense whatsoever as to how a piece of fringe from these pillows that were not disturbed wound up on the staircase? Doesn't make any sense. One of the things, talking about memory loss and inconvenient memories. JODI ARIAS doesn't have a memory of the rope, wasn't there. But here we see, through evidence, again, for which there is no agenda behind it, but a crime scene technician taking this picture, that there's a rope, piece of rope. Could it be that JODI ARIAS carried this rope out? Could that be? Well, what else does the crime scene show us for which there can be no dispute in terms of what happened? Drawing your attention to Exhibit 130, we have the blood at the end of the hallway. Dr. Horn agreed yesterday that that is where the throat was slit. Makes sense, right? The greatest amount of blood loss, presumably what could be presumed as footprints. That's where his throat was slit. Exhibit 128 shows you a slightly different angle, but it does show you kind of where the blood ends, where the pattern is, how far into the room it goes. The state postulated for JODI's theory to be correct, there'd have to be blood all the way into the bedroom. But that doesn't make any sense. This, unfortunately, is where it ended. We've heard much about the bullet casing, Exhibit 111. This idea that the shot had to be last because the bullet casing was in blood. Therefore, the stab had to be first, there had to be blood, there's no other way for this bullet casing to wind up here. But ladies and gentlemen, does that make any sense? What I said earlier, and what I think is true from this crime scene, and we're not going to go over every single photograph, but what I said about this crime scene is it is one of chaos as well, isn't it? It shows passion, it shows anger, it shows rage, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But things were being moved around, kicked around, and there was a fight. No matter how you try to spin anything that happened here, there was a fight, and it's a state power struggle. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, at some point it was a fight for life. On both JODI's part and Travis's part. Now the state, during their case in chief, showed you Exhibit 118. That JODI knew what she was doing, planned all this out because she engaged in some massive cleanup of higher functioning, right? That she was functioning and thinking and acting on a higher level. What's the reality? She threw some water down with a cup in a panic. Does this look like a cleanup of some cold calculation? Or rather, instead, a reaction? A what the hell happened reaction to what happened? To the experience, the fight she was just in. This does not look like some orchestrated cleanup. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the state had shown you photographs of Mr. Alexander in the shower. We talked about that. Exhibit 159, the photograph that followed of his buttocks and his legs. And it said to you, based on the timing of the photograph of his buttocks and legs, that things could not have happened the way JODI ARIAS says they happened, that they were part of a pre-plan, because it only took 62 seconds, right? That's what we heard in Exhibit 162. The theory is, by the state, that Ms. ARIAS had the weapons she needed to cause Mr. Alexander's death with her, and that she caused it at this point in time. But the picture tells a different story. Dr. Horn was forced to admit on the stand that if someone had their neck slit at this point in time, could keep their head up. Could keep their head up. Well, what do we see in this photograph? It's harder to see on the screen, but we see Mr. Alexander with his head up. You'll be able to take this back with you. But you can see Mr. Alexander with his head up and his arm up. And we certainly see blood coming from the side. There's no doubt about it. But not a ton. Not the kind of blood you would see had his neck been slit. Not that kind of blood. We actually see that kind of blood in Exhibit 163. Travis Alexander, that's his shoulder. And it is very difficult to see through this projection. And you will have the chance, the opportunity to take a look at this when you deliberate. There's a lot of blood there, ladies and gentlemen. And we know it's not in the bathroom because we can see there's no bathroom counter, there's no light. Of course, keep in mind as well, we don't see a lot of blood splattered around here either, not at this point. But also keep a look in mind here of this photograph. 5:33 and 32 seconds. Presumably, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, the voice of reason and common sense tells us, going back to Exhibit 249, tells us that Mr. Alexander was being drugged back down the hallway. The end of the hallway is depicted by number 45 on this diagram. And of course, we know that Mr. Alexander was ultimately found in the shower. There was carpet in the bedroom. We saw that a moment ago. So when Travis is in this position, presumably what we see here is Jodi dragging him back down the hallway towards the shower. The state also says something else in terms of the gunshot, right? That after he's drugged back down the hallway, that Jodi Arias shoots him. This gun she sold him to kill him. She decides to use it and shoot him, right? Now, there hasn't been any theory specifically postulated as to how that could have happened, right? Not any one theory. We know, though, that the bullet supposedly went through the head, in one side and down the other, right? Towards the nasal cavity. So how does this happen, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know if you've even paused a thought to that, but how does this happen? She's dragging this body back. That's pretty obvious. So in theory then, when she's dragging this heavy body back, are we to believe that Jodi Arias then stood with Travis down below her and shot him in the head, risking shooting herself? To what end? To what end? Did she prop him up against one of the walls, drag him, prop him up against the wall, and then walk over and shoot him in this manner? Doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? Did she shoot him in the head when she was in the shower? Well, that doesn't make any sense because he was slumped completely on the ground. She would have had to reach way over and shoot him, right, in the shower. And that doesn't make any sense either, right? It just, this idea that after this, Jodi shot Travis after he was dead doesn't make any sense. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what does make sense? I would submit to you, as I submitted to you before this morning, that certainly Jodi Arias' theory, or I should say, the explanation that Jodi Arias offers makes more sense because it does involve a moment in time. And keep in mind, I think I misspoke a little bit this morning. We talked about this moment in time when he's down. She's left-handed, right? She would have had to go down there with her left hand and stab him. Presumably, she would have used her left hand, go down there and stab him, and that's the moment in time the state thinks that premeditation met reality, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Here's the ultimate question that we asked you at the very beginning when Ms. Wilmot sat beside you on January 2nd. What happened between here and here? It's also about what happened between this photograph, 162, and photograph 163. What happened? Okay, so we know at one point in time, and let me say this is to say, if you do not believe Jodi Arias' self-defense claim, you believe the state's refuted it just by creating a house of cards and knocking it down, what could have happened? We see the shower, 62, 65, the arrow points towards the shower, where Mr. Alexander's body was found. We know that ultimately that was the final resting place. We know that the theory that there was a shot or excuse me, a stabbing first makes no sense. Because look at exhibit 98, if you will. The sink. You have the sink with all this blood splatter. The state's theory is that Mr. Alexander, after being stabbed, walked over to the sink with this massive wound in his chest and stood there. Now, presumably for the blood to hit this sink and not the mirror, not somewhere else, and as we saw Mr. Martinez do yesterday, we have a palm print there. He's leaning forward, right? He's leaning forward. He has a hand on the sink. And that is where the state theorizes that JODI ARIAS then, after stabbing him in the chest, for some reason, backs up because he's down. He's got this chest wound, right? This is a fatal wound. He has it, and he's sitting in the shower when he has it. That somehow he gets up, gets past Miss ARIAS, who's got the knife in her hand, keep in mind still, and then once he gets past Miss ARIAS and he stumbles to the counter, he's standing there, bleeding out his chest and splattering all this blood. And then based on what the state told us yesterday, Miss ARIAS then comes behind Mr. Alexander to stab him in the back. We showed you the photographs of Mr. Alexander's autopsy and this cluster of 9 wounds. But keep in mind the testimony of Dr. Horn the first time. These 9 wounds were all real shallow wounds. Now, under the state's theory, they claim that JODI ARIAS leaned down, grabbed the knife, and stuck it into Mr. Alexander in an awkward backhand position and was able to penetrate his chest and damage his heart and go deep wound, right? But when she's standing up with her full force and Mr. Alexander is standing over there, that all she could concede in doing is making these very shallow wounds. All her strength, right? She's standing up, yet she can't make the kind of damage she did when that he supposedly did. He's sitting in the shower. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Keep in mind as well, the theory goes that she was out to slit his throat. Well, there he is, right? Bent over the counter, bleeding out his chest, according to the state. JODI has this knife still in her hand. Why wouldn't she just come behind him and cut him? Instead, we have these not superficial, but we have these shallow stab wounds. Why would she do that? It doesn't make any sense. The other thing is, it doesn't make any sense. Again, going back to the gun. She has this gun, right? She has stabbed this guy. Somehow he has gotten past her, and he's standing at the sink. Again, it makes very little sense how he could get up with this wound, get past her, and get to the sink. But under the state's theory, that's what she does. That's what he does, right? Well, JODI ARIAS, if you believe the state, had a gun at the ready. Did she shoot him there when he was standing over this thing? Did he drop right there? No. We know that from the crime scene photographs. We know that at a particular point in time that he walked down the hallway and you saw all the blood and all the chaos going down that hallway and all throughout the bathroom. And we saw yesterday the blood smear on the hall. There's no doubt about the fact that, yeah, Mr. Alexander fell at that point in time, fell somewhere near the end of the hallway in that bedroom. But how did he get there? If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. If the state's theory is correct, he never would have gotten there. Because JODI ARIAS had the implements of Travis's destruction, and evidently, based on this theory, she didn't use it. None of what the state has said to you as it relates to what happened that day, apart from a few very specific things, make sense. Dr. Horn may have been right the first time before he or Detective Flores changed his story about the shot being first, but of course the self-defense claim caused them to alter that. I would submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that you also have to consider the possibility as you do in your manslaughter instruction, at some point after this photograph, something happened. Something obviously happened, right? Maybe that's silly of me to say, but something happened. The question is what? What? The chances for premeditation have gone by the wayside, at least from the pictures we saw this morning. I would submit to you that, in fact, JODI ARIAS did drop the camera. We have evidence of a picture of the ceiling. Did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did berate her for dropping his camera, the camera he was going to take to Cancun. And while we're thinking of Cancun, we didn't hear it from the state yesterday, but this idea about Cancun and how jealous JODI would be, right? They talked about, listen to the recording on May 10th. They talked about all these trips they were going to take, all these things. And she told you she knew someone else was going. It wasn't a matter of jealousy. Not on her part anyway. But I would submit to you that she did drop the camera. That Travis Alexander did fly into a rage. The kind of rage, the kind of anger you've seen in the text messages and in the recordings. That he did threaten her and make her feel as if her life was in jeopardy. Because remember, her perspective on this is that of a battered woman. But ladies and gentlemen, there's no doubt about the fact. One of the things Alpha Violet said was that sometimes when a battered woman is attacked and they're defending their life, they don't know when to stop. Travis Alexander's body was stabbed 27 times. It may be that JODI ARIAS didn't know when to stop. It could also be, without any agenda, looking at it objectively, couldn't it also be that after everything they went through in that relationship, that she threw him down again, that she did grab for the gun to defend herself, that after that, she simply snapped. She may not know it, but she may very well have snapped. Out of control, sudden heat of passion. We have been through so much, and look what happened now. This instance of violence went too far. She could have snapped. Snapping, sudden heat of passion, could account for much of what you see throughout the various pictures that were taken in Exhibit 249. The chaos, the blood everywhere, the shallow stab wounds, the slit to the throat, the running down the hall. All of it, in some ways, a sad, symbolic ending to a toxic relationship. All of it. It was a fight. But JODI ARIAS might very well have lost control. She might very well have come in and succeeded or gave in to sudden quarrel and heat of passion after Travis Alexander threw her down. Enough was enough. And no doubt for a minute, those things are there. Those text messages, everything else. This chaos, this relationship, the fear, the love, the sex, the lies, and the dirty little secrets. And throw her on the ground again. And go in a situation where she has to point a gun at him and him diving towards her. Ladies and gentlemen, again, with no agenda behind it, not Ms. Arias' voice, not the state's voice, is that the most logical explanation for what happened? You have to consider that, ladies and gentlemen. It's in your jury instructions, and that's one of the things that you decide. What happened? That ultimate question, we've seen those two pictures over and over again. What happened in that moment in time? A relationship of chaos that ended in chaos as well. There is nothing about what happened on June 4th in that bathroom that looks planned. Nothing. You bring a gun, and instead you stab. You have his back to you with a gun and a knife, and you don't do anything. If it was planned, wouldn't you? We talked about this morning. This idea about something happening. Something did happen in this moment of time. And the point of this, I think, is what this evidence shows you, is that either what happened is that JODI ARIAS defended herself and didn't know when to stop, or she gave in to a sudden heat of passion from a fight that began up in that bathroom. And that what she did under that sudden heat of passion. Demonstrative of that is this idea, she doesn't remember any of it. So what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is ultimately, if Ms. Arias is guilty of any crime at all, it is the crime of manslaughter and nothing more.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
Y'all, I hear angels singing. Let's just entertain the quiet for a second. Whoo, I hear angels singing, y'all. That was brutal, and not in a scary way, just oh my God, somebody else pumped me full of caffeine. Y'all, I'm sitting here with an IV in my arm. Oh, for the love of God. Listen, that was terrible, and I feel terrible for playing it. But the deal is that it's all a part of the case, and it is what it is. I got nothing. I literally have nothing but other to say than nobody has to replay this live because it's so not worth it. We didn't learn anything we didn't already know. And if it wasn't for chat keeping me laughing, I'd have laid right here on the floor crying with my dogs licking my tears over this. I'm not lying. This was a terrible live. Oh my gosh, y'all, I don't think I'm going to recover. Oh, thank God that's over with. Listen, all that tells me is, spoiler alert, she was convicted but she was tried for the death penalty. She was convicted of murder, but one stupid ass lady held out on the death penalty. And just so you guys know, that dumbass lady was let go from the jury and they replaced her with an alternate. And that dumb bitch showed back up to the trial, was sitting in the gallery. Oh God, it's a whole thing of a mess. I'm pretty sure she's Jodi's biggest fan. She's probably the one selling her art for her on the outside, y'all. Oh man, it's just terrible. Y'all, it's terrible. So anyhow, and then they have to, they get, because they couldn't decide on, they said one person held out on the death penalty. It kind of had to be retried, the second trial. It didn't go into everything that we just had to put ourselves through and listen to. It just, because the new juror that was put on the case, the alternate jurors, even though they're not on in the jury box, they still are listening to all the testimony and stuff like that. So when they're put on the case, anyway, so you guys know, I don't have to tell you, how this shit works. Y'all, I'm not going back and listening to any more of that nonsense. We're just not doing it. What we're going to do next, I'm just going to let you know what we're going to do next. What we're going to do next is go straight to when the jury comes back and delivers the verdict. And then we're going to watch Jodi's stupid theatrical thing where she gets to talk to the jury and shows her survivor shirts. And we're going to listen to victim impact statements. And then we're going to watch her walk away and be put in jail. Because we already know how this ends. But so there's just no reason. Maggie, have you been listening in the bushes? Because if it wasn't for chat, I'm telling you, they're the real MVPs of this live. I'm so embarrassed by it.
There's a real what?
Do I?
What did you say, honey? There's a real what?
I said, have you been sitting in the bushes? Because if it wasn't for the chat, they are the real MVPs of this whole live. They're what kept it going. Because I just wanted to sit in the floor and cry. I mean, when you're covering cases, there's going to be such boring shit. But who knew we were going to sit through almost 5 hours of it? Oh my God.
I know, but that's the thing. It's the thing, isn't it? When you're listening, you don't know where it's going to go quiet, how long things are going to take when they're talking to the judge and all things like that. It's
Oh
unpredictable.
no, we've been watching. I've been pulling up ones that they're editing out all of the sidebars. This is literally listening to the most incorrigible, long-winded bullshit. It was terrible, Maggie.
Oh, well,
Maggie,
thank God that you had a good load in that was keeping you going. I haven't been in the bushes. Do you know what? I woke up and you know what I've instantly been doing?
I know what you've been doing. I saw your message to me.
Ethel! And I just came on to see, I came on before to see the work and I came into this live and I thought, shit, and I got down dead quick and then I just done it again. Shit.
You're all blowing up all over the place. You're roboting in and out.
Oh shit.
That's okay.
Well, listen,
it's just when you got loud and was.
I really didn't mean to interrupt this live. Honestly, I didn't, because I know you've been doing it back to front every day. And I just want to say hello to all the people in chat that I don't even know, and you don't even know me. And you're probably sitting there thinking, what's that woman saying? Well, Leanie, she'll tell you what I'm saying. She'll tell you. And she'll probably lie as well. So be prepared, because she'll lie and say, I'm calling you all kind.
This is our Maggie. She is the co-host of this show. She's been with us she's been with me since day one. She took a break from YouTube for a little while. She finally came back. I begged her to be my co-host, because we're like Lucy and Ethel together. We play off each other real well. We're sisters. We fight, we love, we hate, we laugh, and we get each other's humor, and that's so important. And y'all, you will love Maggie much more than you ever think that you loved me. She's
telling you the truth. She's telling you the truth there, yeah.
It is the truth. She is the good angel on your shoulder, and I am the wicked angel on your shoulder. And so it just works for us. And sometimes you might come on our channel and only hear that Scouser's mouth, that Maggie girl. Maybe she'll have her co-host, because we call her the co-host, because while we've been covering the Nancy Guthrie case during the day, Maggie and her co-host Lizzo have been doing the daytime live, and I've been doing the nighttime live, and we didn't plan that. That's just what happened, because
I dragged it up with me. I said, Lizzo, come on, because she's from the UK and I said, you've got to help me. Don't leave the Americans, whatever you do. So Leanie is my crutch. Do you call it a crutch, Lee?
Wingman.
What you lean onto, a stick, what you lean onto when you broke your leg.
Crutch.
Okay, so Leanie's my crutch, right? But when Leanie's not my crutch, I've got to have Lizzo, she's my crutch as well. Got to have one or the other. But I have a nervous breakdown. So that's just that.
Let's be honest though, and you guys know I'm very honest. Maggie does very well in her own right. She really does. But we were so grateful for Lizzo jumping up there, because she will investigate and she will dig deep. And if you need somebody found, give a name to Lizzo. She's going to figure it out for us. So she was the perfect person to ask to help us cover the Nancy Guthrie case. Just phenomenal girl. And we're so grateful for her. Lizzo's also been with us since day one. And most of us have been together. The song that we play, the Sisterhood of the Chat, really, all of our music was written by the real lunch lady in chat. And it was written before AI became a big thing.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Lunchy writes a lot of the music you probably don't understand, and it may not make any sense to you, but it's all written off of lives that we've done, things that we've said.
Copyrighted it. We've copyrighted it, so you can't even rob it. So don't even try.
Yeah, that's right. And then, so she wrote all of our music for us. That's why probably a lot doesn't make sense if you haven't been around long, because it's just basically jokes that have happened through the channel. And believe me, we've done everything on this channel. And then all of a sudden, after we got what we had a whole playlist of our songs, and then all of a sudden AI came along and everybody was writing songs. Poor Lunchy. And then everybody started saying, oh, Lunch Lady's writing AI songs. We're like, no, she's not. Knock it off. Okay. We don't accept that. So anyways, we've got a good group of people that have been here since day one, and I'm so grateful. But I'm telling you guys, the true MVPs of this live is every one of y'all that stuck with me and stayed in chat and made us laugh and giggle, even though some of y'all wasn't getting some of my humor. And I was like, oh my God, where's Maggie? So, I finally just sit back because you guys were getting your...
That's for the chat. That's for the chat. You're all legends.
You guys are legends, and you don't know how much I appreciate you. Listen, if anything good came out of these cases that we're covering, the Nancy Guthrie case, the JODI ARIAS case, and it was only because of the Nancy Guthrie case that I was asked to cover the JODI ARIAS case. So because of all of that, that's how we met you. So I do believe in everything bad that happens, something good does come up. And for me, it's you guys. It's the new people that come in whenever they could be here. You guys may not be able to be here the whole time. You may just be able to jump in and say, Lainey, we see you, girl. I gotta go. I'm like, thank you. You know what I mean? You guys are what came out of this. You've helped us grow. You've helped us become stronger together. You've helped us have more, especially me. I feel nowhere near a professional. I may look like one, but I feel more confident, should I say. I think that's the word. I feel more confident with coming on here, and maybe a couple people will come in and really be interested in it. And that's a nice feeling. That's a really nice feeling. Because when you're running a show and you started from ground zero with 8 people in your first live, and you just don't know if anybody's going to show up. You really don't have a topic. You're just riding a roller coaster with the phone in your mouth so everybody could see you be stupid. I mean, the stories we could all tell about this channel and how far it's come. So I'm grateful. I really am grateful for every one of you. And I don't, listen, I don't give out compliments to, this is what I say. If you ask me something, I usually would say, do you want the truth? Maggie, I can hear your background, something.
I've got nothing absolutely going on here.
Oh, I'll usually say, do you want the truth? And then you'll say yes. And then I give it to you. But if I really don't have anything kind to say, I'll be like, oh, that's precious. That's precious. But anyways, Maggie, I know you're working on some stuff for us for the channel, and I really appreciate that.
I would love to try right now while I'm here.
Sure,
and then I can go and crack on and see if it works. Are you ready? Ooh.
Yep. Ethel!
Here we go.
Let me explain what that one means.
Okay, so Ethel means shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, stop. So if I'm playing a video and then you hear Leanie shouting, Ethel, that means stop. So it's either shut up or stop.
Yep, that's right. All right, what's the next one?
Well, I've only just done that one. It took me about 2 weeks.
You should probably get up a little bit earlier to be working on this channel. For the love of God.
Oh, she had me on till the early hours this morning, guys. I am run ragged with it. I was 22 stone when I met Leanie. Okay, I am like 7 now. She just sends me round mats everywhere. 7 stone is like, I don't know what that is in pounds, because I know you Americans are in pounds, aren't you? And the Aussies are in kilograms.
It's like 125 pounds. It's tiny. But the truth is, y'all, I put everybody to work. I mean, if you're going to be here, everybody's going to do their part. I'm like, I don't want your money. I don't need your money. I don't need tips. I don't drop any of that shit. If you want to become a member, do that. If you don't, I don't care. But we all work around here for these lives. So if I find out what you're good at, honey, listen, you're going to have a job around here. Even if it means coming up on panel and taking her shirt off. I mean, listen, the only thing you may have going for you is to look good. Well, we're going to need you to sit on panel and just smile. Okay? That's the way it goes down here. All right? Everybody finds a job and we work together to keep this bitch going. It's the way it goes. Does everybody in England say Ethel? No, where that came from was we have a precious, precious woman. We call her Ma Barb. Her name is Barbara Smith, and she's been with us also since day one. She is the matriarch of our channel. She is the oldest member of the channel. She's wise. She has got me through many nights because when I go to work out of town. And sometimes it's the middle of the night. She lives in Tucson, Arizona. There are many nights that I'm driving through them cornfields by myself in the dark, and I'll call Ma Barb because my family's asleep and she's awake. And there's been many nights she has talked to me all the way home, like 2.5 hours to make sure I got home and give me something to do. So Miss Barbara was up on panel one day, and y'all, she's funnier than funny. She's fucking funny. I'm not lying. And she was up on panel one day and she was talking about her family, and I tease her all the time that she went out west on the wagons because she's that old, you know. And she was telling us about her family life and how her dad remarried, and her stepmother's name is Ethel, and they never got along. And so in her head, she was always screaming, "Oh my God, Ethel," you know what I mean? And so it just happened that way that all of us just started saying Ethel when it was time to shut up or we wanted to get a word in edgewise. So that's how it came up. It's kind of a nod to Miss Barbara's trauma in her life. So anyways, listen, we do a lot more here, you guys. We're just stuck on these. Little did we know that the channel was going to blow up and we were going to meet this many people through doing this, and it all came by accident. We did cover the Idaho 4 case. We were all very, very invested in that case. Oh my God. And you talk about a whole letdown when Brian Koberger took a plea. We were broken. I mean, we all had to get on pills and start drinking. Maggie's picked up smoking again. It was terrible, y'all. It was terrible. We were all depressed. And then the Nancy Guthrie case came, and we were just, you know, we get in Discord quite often. And somebody started, it came up in chat. Somebody had said Nancy Guthrie went missing, and I was live. And then after the live was over, I went and checked it out, and then we started talking in Discord about it. Well, then we must have stayed up 8 or 9 hours talking about the Nancy Guthrie case and just pulling up as much as we. And everybody was like, "We got to cover this. We got to go live," and that's how this all started. It was literally just an accidental thing. It was totally an accidental thing. But you know what? Like I said, out of something that happens bad, there is always a silver lining, and you just got to find it. And our silver lining is you. Maggie?
Oh no, I can hear it. She's just started now. Of all the times, my life's over.
Maggie, I can't hear you when you're screaming, but I can sure as hell hear myself talking through your earbuds.
Lenny,
yes.
For your information, I don't have earbuds in. I'm actually talking through the mic in my phone. I don't have another thing plugged in, and now Jesse's just started to snore. I can't win. I'm leaving you. Leaving you forever. Get over me. Get over me.
I can't. You're unforgettable.
Listen,
Maggie, don't leave me. I will
Listen.
cry 3 rivers
Listen,
and never come
I
back.
will be back in 2 seconds when I do my other what you want me to do. I forgot I'll have to go and look, and then I'll bring it up. So I'll be in and out. Just bear with me. I won't be long.
Bill with her. Bill with us, Scalcy girl. She'll be right back. She's adding something to the channel. We are always mixing up things that we show on the channel, like our silly little things like what Maggie just showed, our allegedly, our legends, you know, and it's like whenever we're talking up here or whatever, and we'll just put it up because it's fucking funny and we can't help it. So Maggie was making a couple more of those for us. We went through yesterday with Melly Joe. In case you guys don't know, Melly Joe is from the Australian outback. I say that it's not at all true, but I dramatize everything, and I somebody told me I romanticize everything in life, and I do. My mother used to call it blundering through life. Get your heads out of the clouds, Leanie. Get your head out of the clouds. You're blundering through life. Man, I miss hearing her tell me that. But anyways, Melly Joe is our head mod here, and think we have probably most of our mods are out of the UK, and it's because not the UK, I'm sorry, out of Australia, and it's because when I started my channel, this was always my time, was to go late at night, and that's when the Aussies are up. And so then we would, and then I would have the British invasion, and all the Brits would come in early in the morning. And it was a great, that first year was a big learning curve and a big getting to know each other and figuring out each other, who you could trust and who you can't. And God gave me a really great group of people, and I'm so forever grateful. But I don't even know why I was telling you guys that. See, I've done lost the plot, as Maggie says. I've lost the plot. I don't even know what I'm saying. No, I don't know. Oh, Maggie's put it up. I'm so excited. I see it. Maggie! See it. They're dropping like, we have a situation. I love it. I think I asked Lunchy one time because something had come up and I was like, it's a situation. I have a situation. I was like, oh my God, we need one. So when Maggie and I yesterday were going through and getting rid of some of the old stuff, trying to add on the new stuff, she was like, what are we going to put? And I was like, well, we definitely need Ethel now. And then I remembered sometime during the night while she was asleep, I was like, that's it. That's the one I wanted, was we have a situation. So
my dearest queen, can I serve you any more?
Not at the moment, Maggie, but you did schedule the live for later today, right?
Oh, yes, I did that. I did that early hours this morning, Leanie, when I was like 3 hours sleep. And, you know, I did that for you straight away to make you smile. Your wish is my command, queen. There's no flies on me, Leanie, when it comes to you. Y'all, you don't know what I'm putting up with.
Listen, everybody needs a Maggie in their life. Everybody. That was her posh voice. And the posh voice is named Tony. And before I ever started channel and met Maggie, you know, my direction, my GPS in my car, I use the British accent because I'm in love with different places. And so when I met her and she started talking like that, I was like, oh my God, that's exactly what my GPS sounds like. So now my GPS name is Tony as well. Yeah.
And I have an American one. And she's got an English one.
Yeah. See why it works? It just works. What is Discord? It's a platform. Listen, when I first started this channel, I didn't even know there was a YouTube here. I thought it was only for music. My kids are the one that told me about it because I was trying to get more info on the Gabby Petito thing, and I was working. So I'd come home real fast, watch the news, anything I could find on it. And they're like, why aren't you on YouTube? And I was like, because it's for music. And they said, no. There's a lot of chat rooms kind of things. And I was like, no way. So I found it, right? Super excited about it. And I don't even know where I was going with that because I done lost my shit again. I did. It's gone. It's gone.
I can't even tell you. I forgot.
I forgot. It's gone.
Oh my God, you've got no idea, guys and girls. Listen, you're younger than us. You've got it all to come. It's all over. It hits you like a ton of bricks out of nowhere.
It's over. If you are of an age before menopause, listen to me and Maggie. We will be in full on runoff sentences, and in the middle of it, we just have to put a period at the end because we can't remember what the hell we're talking about. That's what old age gets you. We ain't shitting no. And on top of that, we're crazy. We just don't hide that shit here. We tell you the truth about our crazy. And we don't try to hide it. Love us or hate us, it's not going to change anything. No, it's just not. But
guys,
Maggie, there is some beautiful, it's okay. There's some beautiful people, wonderful people, funny ass people in chat, and you're going to love them. On those days that you feel like shit, I don't know what I'm talking about, and you have the scaries about coming on like I used to in the beginning, these are the people that will get you through. They'll be like, come on, let's hear what you got, you old bitch.
That's good because I'll be doing a drum reel.
Yeah, it's great. These people are great, seriously. But I'm tired. So do you want to give a rundown of what our live is going to be today?
So, okay, truth is, I don't know. I know it's about Nancy Guthrie. Guys, listen, I try to be professional, but I just give up. I just give it up. It's about, I don't know, can't. I try. I always say to myself, I'm going to be dead professional today. I'm going to be dead professional today. And I don't know whether you've ever seen a program. I mean, if you're as old as me, called It'll Be All Right on the Night, right? It was a British program, and it was everything that could go wrong went wrong. And when I do a live, I have it all pulled up, I have it all ready, but it all goes wrong. Either my mic's not on and I've been talking for half an hour, or Jessie's snoring in the background and I'm not used to listening to her, that I don't hear her. And that's all people can hear. But honestly, it just is what it is. I mean, I'm not even professional when someone tells you how to use an air fryer and it goes wrong. And there's the picture to prove it. That could bang on the sides of a plate. It was solid through, and I had to eat it and pretend it was nice. Just so they were going, I'm not eating that. I'm not eating that. That's cinders. I went, there's nothing wrong with it. Just eat it.
You can't go to Turkey and have dental work done.
They all refuse, guys. They all refuse. So I ate it. By the way, it was lovely. My mouth was like cardboard.
So good.
Anyway,
Now,
so tonight's show is about Nancy Guthrie, and it's about Savannah, the program that she's got over. She's done this morning, and she's doing it tomorrow morning. Am I right, Lainey?
yes. So Savannah Guthrie is a co-host on the Today Show, and Hoda Kotb, who actually retired, stepped in to take Savannah's place when Savannah was out in Arizona waiting for her mom to be brought home. And so she went back to New York. And up until this point, Savannah's only been given, she's not given interviews, but she posts like every week something on her Instagram, some kind of video from her. Well, she is giving a one-on-one interview starting today on the Today Show with Hoda Kotb. It's a two-part series. They're going to finish it up tomorrow, where she actually talks about the case of her mother missing. So if you want to watch it before we come on, more power to you. Go ahead and watch it. Come in and let us know what you think about it when we go live later this afternoon. If you want to wait and watch it with us, which is what I'm going to do, so you guys can get my reaction right away. And it's always more fun if we have watch parties. I love me some watch parties, y'all.
Y'all.
We're good about them watch parties. We dig it. We dig it. So that's what we're doing today. If you want to tune in, that Maggie has already got it scheduled. Make sure your bells are turned on, and we will ring a ding ding those bells, y'all. We got no problem ring a ding ding in your bells.
Every time you say that takes me back so much to Greece. Because that's what they say. Ring a ding ding. We go together. That's what I'm waiting for.
Ding
Ding ding ding. Remember forever, like chang chang changity chang chibop. That's the way it should be. Wow 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 wow.
Y'all are welcome to that impromptu
Now,
song.
Maggie's just come along and got a copyright. It's on Maggie.
That's all right. No big deal. No big deal. It's the end of the show. So if you guys want to tune in, it'll be 4:00 Eastern Standard Time today that we will be going live, watching the Savannah Guthrie two-part series that she does for the Today Show. We will also be doing it again tomorrow. So I will be pulling double duty again today. Tonight, hopefully, come rain or shine. Maggie, sing it.
What am I singing?
Come rain or shine, Maggie.
Don't know it.
Oh, I'm done with you, Maggie.
Start me off. Let me see if I remember. I'm in menopause.
Maggie, I can't sing. That's why I do backup.
I've never known a song, rain or shine.
Oh, it's over from here. It's over.
Come on, sing it, Lee.
No,
Don't
I
be
cannot
shy.
sing it.
Well, can you for me? Like that?
No, everybody will unsub that quick. It'll be over for us, Maggie. We will have to
He
retire
won't.
to
More
Discord.
people will sub up if they hear you.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will cry rivers.
Let's hear it, Fellini, in the chat.
Nope,
Let's hear it, Fellini.
nope,
Hands
won't.
together. Come on, get it going.
All the dogs will start whining in your whole neighborhood. I swanny. So anyways, what time? I didn't hear it. Sharon, it is 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. Is what time we will be on discussing that and whatever updates we have of the case. And then I will be back tonight. I'm going to make myself get out of bed on time. I was an hour late. But I usually run on about 3 hours when we do. Thank you, Wild Angel, so much for gifting a membership. If you received a gifted membership, please give Wild Angel a shout out. We appreciate that so much. Oh, Honey said that was her wedding song. Well, shit, we'll just let Honey sing it.
And she said she hasn't got a clue what you're on about with that song.
Oh, I'm done with you guys. Shit on a biscuit, as Melly Joe said.
She makes them up. She makes them up in her brain.
No, I don't. I'm gonna pull it
does.
up.
Go on.
That's the other one you were supposed to make was shit on a biscuit. See,
Oh,
flies are
shit on a
falling there.
biscuit. Hang on, give me a minute.
All right. Can you make that one in green, like dark green? It's my favorite color. Come
Which
rain,
one?
come shine.
Shit on a biscuit.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull it up. You guys have heard the song. I'm telling you, you guys are just having menopause brains. All right.
vegetables.
This is Maggie's jam, y'all. Oh God, but it makes me want to kill people. Hold on.
I love you like nobody's loved you. Come rain or come shine.
That's as much as I could do without trying to kill people. I'm not kidding you. They say rap music makes people want to kill people. Not for me. That kind of music right there, I just want to slit my throat. Seriously. Shit on a biscuit.
Oh,
Michael, we call it shit on shingles, but we put it on toast. We have a situation. Love it. Thank you so much.
oh, I'm knocking these out quick now, aren't I? I didn't know how to do this.
The Nora Jones version. I did see that one, but I didn't know if Maggie would know about it.
No, I don't.
Okay, whatever. Suck it. I don't care.
You suck it, bitch.
You suck it.
Bitch.
Your mama.
Your mother. Guys, we are terrible together. You could hear me and Lee. We go below the belt and just laugh.
All right. Do you have the shit on the biscuit one, my love?
Oh, hang on. Shit on a fucking biscuit. Hold on. Oh, yeah. That's the one you wanted in green. I forgot.
I wasn't going to say anything. Melly Joe's the one that reminded me of it. That's all I got to say about that, y'all.
Do you want another color or do you want it in green as well?
We probably should do that one in brown. Shit on a biscuit in brown.
Only you.
Well, I mean, it's shit on a biscuit. Or sop me up with a biscuit. Woo, mom. That's for another time. That's Laney After Dark. The sun's already shining here, or coming up, should I say. Kat says, your mother just sounds so wrong. Listen, if you heard me and Maggie talk on the phone to each other, listen, if I'm lying, I'm frying, and I'm not going to hell for anybody. But Maggie and I are probably the most vile people. Seriously. And I can't even tell you what we talk about because everybody would hate us. Baby poop mustard yellow. Oh, that's good too. That's good too. Anywho, I will be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock midnight Eastern Standard Time, and we are wrapping this JODI ARIAS shit up. I don't care if we have to be up 10 hours or if I have to be on this computer for 10 hours, which is what I'm averaging a day from doing 2 lives. So I'm exhausted, y'all. Exhausted. And I still got to put another coat of paint, y'all, on my bedroom. I have to can I tell you guys this? I know nobody cares. I know. But I do. I have been wanting a yellow bedroom for so long. I found the most beautiful, like buttery, soft yellow color. And I've already got one whole, I've got the whole thing done, but only in one coat. I have to put a whole nother coat on it. Y'all, I just lay there and I look around and it makes me so happy. Makes me so happy. I know you don't care, Lunchy, but don't even lie because you'll be asking me to show me later. But I haven't showed you girls that color yet because I want to make sure it's all done and the room looks good, you know, because I got to order my curtains and I'm still working on bedding and all of that. And this is still March, April. I'm going to ask my kids and Beefcake if they will give me early Mother's Day gift cards so I can get my new bedding for my new room. I'm so excited about it, y'all. I wake up and I just look at that color. There's nothing on the walls, of course. And I'm like, oh, why didn't I do this so much sooner? It's such a happy, happy color. Not saying that I'm happy, but I feel warm inside. I'm just, oh, it's beautiful. The sun is gonna, sun is shining, come rain or come shine. Yow. Sunflowers and daffodils. Yes. And wildflowers are my favorite flowers. I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Don't let this get out, okay? I dated my husband. I call him Beefcake. For 2 years long distance. I was living in Savannah, Georgia. He was living in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We dated for 2 years. Y'all, we met in an AOL chat room, okay? Judge me. Come at me. Okay? Anyhow. And it's lasted all these years. Here we are, we're in the 27th year. But anyways, do y'all know every week he would stop on his way to work, pick wildflowers out of the field in Oklahoma and overnight them to me to Savannah? I loved it. I loved it. And now is Jeremy leaving? Bye, Jeremy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Hope to see you sometime today. And even today, if somebody will bring me in wildflowers, y'all, I love them. I just adore wildflowers of any colors. But do not buy me roses. I cannot stand roses. I can't stand those big ass bouquets of flowers. I'm just like, you know they're gonna die, right? But wildflowers die even quicker than roses, but there's some kind of simple, sensitive, quiet, very dainty beauty in them to me. Like somebody just didn't throw out seeds. They're just a gift that the land gives us, that God gave us, are those wildflowers. And I adore them. I will never complain over wildflowers, but you can bet your sweet ass my husband knows, do not send me roses. They're too expensive and I get pissed off about money that is being wasted. Yeah, I'm a total bitch. But at least I'm a cheap bitch, you know. I like cheap things. I'm not what do you call it? Materialistic at all. All right, Possum's got to sleep too, and I have got to sleep too, and most of y'all need to go to sleep too. I think Maggie kicked herself off, so let's do her a funny and be gone by the time she comes back. Yeah, we were doing the dial-up. Oh, it was terrible. Oh God. God forbid that you get kicked off. Oh man. I miss the old AOL sound. The little man is running. Anyways, love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. You guys rock the Casbah. To the mods, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for everything. I appreciate all of you so much. To Maggie May, you are my heart always. And wherever Miss Barbara is, I hope you are having some good sleep. And I know you have been in the bushes. We love you so much here, Miss Barbara, and you know that. All right, guys, we'll see you on one of the next two lives that one is already scheduled for today. The other one will be scheduled later. Love you guys so much. See you next time. Bye.
hard.